Okay. Well, while we get going, I'll get started, and might have someone join near and dear. So we're gonna play. Oops. We're gonna play Babel. Babel is a award-winning text adventure. It is 1993, and then there was, I guess, an update in 1999, which is super nice. I like updates. Trying to get some co-hosting going, but we'll figure it out. So, yeah, so this is just in HTML tags, which is a super old text adventure interpreter, which I just love. Um, and so, yeah, let's start. So, starts out black, white, cold, dry. The sun is about to rise on latitude 74. In the darkness, the last stars pierce the air, and the Arctic wind is a dying songbird. Below the snow dunes, you are walking. Something is wrong. One by one, your senses speak to you. There is one absolute cold. The hard surface you're lying on is cold. The thin gown over your body is cold. The disinfectant tinged air is cold. The darkness around you is cold. Even your mind is cold and empty. Where are you? Who are you? You feel the warm edge of a memory, but it fades as you approach. Slowly, joints bulging with ache. You get to your feet and look around. You're standing in a cold, dimly lit hall which runs south towards a feeble light and terminates at a door to the north, out of which juts a weird device. Next to your door, in the northeast corner, is a heavy bulkhead. You can just make out a third of the west wall. So, let's look. Wall. Walls are burnished, non-reflective steel. The bulkhead is made of heavy steel and covered with warning stickers. It is closed tight. The door is a plain metal hatch. Cold to the touch and locked with an odd device. Your body seems almost unfamiliar in some ways. Okay. The The west door has no apparent handle or latch, but next to it is a card slot. The door is securely closed. The slot appears to accept ID cards. Alright. Ooh, next device. The device appears to be some sort of combination lock, covered with oddly shaped off-color buttons. You have no idea how to unlock it. South. This is the middle of a dark hallway that runs to the north and to the south. What little light there is comes from the south. Alright, I'll keep going to the light. Gray light drips in from an octagonal skylight at the ceiling of this room, making the room look as cold as it feels. The north, east, and south doorways lead into unlit halls. The metal door frame of the east hall glows faintly with an eerie blue light. You're attracted to the light and reach out to touch it. You experience what feels like a strong shock of static electricity and freeze as you hear a terrified scream coming from the east hall. As you watch, your body frozen in place, the light in the room becomes much brighter, and the thin man with streaming black hair rushes in from the hall, panting wretchedly. He skids on the slick tile and crashes to the ground. There's a distinct crack as he falls, and you see his left leg impossibly behind him, metal sticking out of the kneecap. Yet the image is wrong. The whole room seems blurred and fades away if you try to focus on any particular thing. The sound seems off too, just slightly out of sync with the action. Suddenly, a woman runs in from the north and kneels by the man. "What happened?" she asks, rapidly examining the man's wounded leg. Still piled on the floor, gasping, the man mumbles, "That thing, the Jabberwocky, it's out. Broke the vial right there, slammed the door." As he continues gasping, you hear the sound of more feet rushing in from the north. But the picture begins to fade, and you are again standing alone in the dim, silent room. Which is a perfect time. We have guests.
Hey.
Hi, J-Ram.
So are we reading this aloud, or are we just kind of gonna try to play it together?
I'm gonna read aloud, and if you have thoughts, I'm actually trying to map it out right now because I'm having trouble already keeping track of all the different rooms.
What? Spatial anomalies in my old school interactive fiction? No.
North, east, and the south. Doorways. All right. So we've already touched the door frame, right?
Yes. I did not realize you were streaming for a little bit because I turned off Discord and also muted the Twitch thing.
Oh, we could touch it again, I think. So I know
Hey.
the only thing I remember from this is that you can touch blue things.
The Jabberwocky. All right. Very good. Did you take your inventory yet?
I did not. I think all I have is I have a gown being worn.
Douglas. The first thing, inventory, X self, and Xyzzy. It's like you've never played one of these things before.
A metallic voice booms at you from the walls. "Oh, now you've done it," it intones. The author goes to all the trouble of writing a tense, moody game for you, tries to build suspense, tries to be realistic, and then you go and say one of your, oh, look how clever I am, making reference to adventure, magic words, and just shatter the illusion. Well, piss on you. Rumor turns to silence, and you wonder if you are indeed losing your mind.
Only pays off about half the time, but when it pays off, is good.
All right, so let's look around again.
Yeah, let's look at the room again.
Gray light drips in from an octagonal skylight in the ceiling of this room, making the room look as cold as it feels. To the north, east, and south, doorways lead into unlit halls. The metal door frame of the east hall glows faintly with an eerie blue light. So
Did we check the skylight? I'm
uh,
sorry.
we've already touched the east hall door frame twice, and it's the same thing.
Okay. Did we X the skylight?
The gray plastic window lets an overcast light into the chamber.
Hmm. All right. Well, what direction do you want to go in?
Unlit halls. North is where we came from.
Oh, what's north? I'm sorry. I joined a little late.
North is the initial room. There's three doors in there. There's like a bulkhead.
Go north real quick. Let me see.
So just north is an empty hall, and then north is where we started. And there's a
Got
heavy
it.
bulkhead that's closed, and two doors that are closed.
Interesting. Are the
Uh,
doors locked?
I believe the west door has a card reader in it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep, card slot. And then I think the bulkhead has a weird heavy steel covered in warning stickers. It's closed tight. There's a device next to it.
Did you X the stickers?
There are half a dozen large, bright stickers on the doors screaming biohazard and danger.
We should open it.
Okay.
Come on.
It is securely locked.
God damn it.
There's also a device in here that's a combination lock with oddly shaped off color buttons. You have no idea how to unlock it. So if I
What do the
remember right,
buttons look like?
that unlocks this bulkhead.
The Jabberwocky.
Yep. So, all right. Back to this room.
Okay. So I guess we're supposed to go east then, huh?
Well, we can go south too.
Oh.
No, east sounds like. The darkness in this hall amplifies the odd echoes of your feet on the tile. The only light comes from down the hall to the west. To the east is darker still.
Go in the dark place.
In almost absolute darkness, you can just see the outlines of a door on the north wall, what appears to be a bulkhead to the east. Oddly, a faint glow is coming from the bulkhead.
Touch that bulkhead.
Oh boy.
Oh wow, that's a lot of text.
You experience a mild shock as you touch the doorframe. Instantly, you hear voices around you, and three people appear in mid conversation. They stare right through you at the bulkhead, which is now open, letting a wash of light into the hall. You recognize two of the people right away. The thin, dark haired man was the person whom you saw running into the center room, and the tall woman in the middle of the group was the woman you saw in the same vision. You have not seen the third person, a young man with blonde hair, before, yet he seems too familiar. But you must see the need for some restraint and experimentation, says the dark haired one, peering at the blonde scientist. Why? Research must have a directed purpose. On our level, it's dangerous to do something just because we can. If there's no need for the product of a study, then there's no need for the study at all. No, says the younger man, cold. That's what I'm saying. The things which come out of research, good or bad, aren't the point. They're just the byproducts. What are important are the answers and the further questions they create. It's a cycle. What do you mean? Asked the woman who had been listening quietly. Knowledge is the only thing, the careful unraveling of what we perceive as the world to discover the thread it's made of.
There's our villain right there.
David, says the woman, taking his hand, always ambitious and foolish, mumbles the other man, looking at his feet. Now listen, said David, taking a step forward, his eyes dark. If you insist on being. Please, David, the woman says, putting a hand on his shoulder and quietly forcing him to calm. Silently, the two men stare at each other like mirrors. The picture fades away.
All right, let's look around the room again.
It's dark. There's a
uh,
door to the north and a bulkhead to the east.
I assume we probably can't open the bulkhead. So you want to go north now, or go back to the central room and go south?
Um, More warning labels. Let's go north. The door.
Well, open the goddamn door.
More key cards.
Yep. So we had to go. We had to head back and go south because I don't think there are any exits in the original room.
There are not. So I'm rapidly updating all the different kinds of doors.
What client are you using? Is that just Parchment?
It's HTML tags. It's like,
Oh, interesting.
if I remember right, it's the one that I used as a kid.
Yeah, there are a bunch of different parser languages. But yeah, the age this is it would probably be TADS or like maybe an Inform.
No, you can't see the thing, which is good. The HTML tags interpreter for Windows 95/NT version 2.5.1. Copyright 1997, 1999. Um, Apparently based in part of the work of the independent JPEG group
Huh.
and incorporates the Ping reference library and MPEG audio decoder.
Wow, what a group of like unsung superheroes.
All right. Well, let's go west. There's nothing else. It's just a hallway. South.
All right.
Okay, south.
Yep.
At this point in the
Icy
long,
darkness.
yeah, icy darkness. At this point in the long hall, the drab metal walls are interrupted by an opening on the east side of the passage. You can see light far back to the north, but only icy darkness to the south.
Let's check out the south. I have a feeling that we're probably not going to be able to progress much further down there, so we're going to check out the east passage anyway.
Uh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly what we're gonna do.
It's almost like I played a text adventure or two.
You stumble around in the complete darkness at the end of the hall. After a few minutes trying to feel the walls, you crack your shin against something and limp back north. Well, let's go east.
Yep.
Communications room. Around you, you can sense the shapes of hulking masses. Some harshly angled, some weirdly curved. All are faintly outlined by the half light from the hall. A motion catches your eye, and coming closer, you see it's the door of a cabinet, swinging slowly back and forth.
Spooky. X masses and X cabinet.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Large plastic switch. X
Is it the
switch.
Animal Crossing edition?
In the box is a single plastic switch marked power. Is it gonna do something?
Switch the switch. Does it accept switch as a verb?
It does.
Well, shit.
You're in some sort of. You flip the switch and you're nearly knocked back, your eyes dazzled as fluorescent light floods the room. All through the station, you hear humming and pulsing as machines come to life. In a moment, the noises fade and your eyes adjust. An electronic voice echoes through the room. Return to main power supply from auxiliary power supply. All station functions returning to normal.
Hmm.
Um, so now, with the lights on, you're in some sort of communications center. Tall machines, barnacled with speakers and keyboards, crowd the tight space. The largest machine in the room stands directly in front of you and bears a screen covered in flashing figures. On the west wall, next to the door, the power box hangs open. All right. Close power box. Oh, well, fine.
Well, fuck you too, game.
I just wanted things to be orderly.
You know, there actually is a text adventure literally based around that. You're a spy and you have to infiltrate the target's manor, assassinate him, and then meticulously put every single thing that you displaced on your way in back on your way back out.
That's wonderful.
It is delightful. Finally, finally. um, I don't know.
Um,
X machines, speakers, and keyboard. So I'm bad about this. I just X every single noun in the room description.
well, let's X the screen. The screen
Yeah,
reads:
that's what's most important.
Last message out. Problems reach critical level. Complete evacuation arranged. Do not attempt further contact in any manner. Research must be considered destroyed. Tellerus project failed. Project Babel failed. Out.
Harsh.
So one thing we got to do is figure out these character voices. Um, that was a very bad machine reading voice, but that's fine. All right. Well, that doesn't sound good. Um, the machine is crowded with machines, some fairly simple looking, others frighteningly complex. Your attention is drawn to a large terminal with an oversized screen. So we got what we needed out of this.
Hmm.
Oh no, you can't cheat. Well, I guess we got everything we needed to out of here.
Look at the room again.
Tall machines.
Yeah, no, I guess you're right. Yeah, no, it wants you to look at the screen. Okay.
This hall
I guess.
extends. So I went back
Sorry.
out. This
Yeah.
hall extends far to the north and south, illuminated by white lights bright enough to make your head throb. So there is no south. Oh wait, no, it does go south. Um, so if we go back all the way north, maybe we could get some information about the bulkhead,
Yeah, let's worth a shot.
or rather, the machine next to the bulkhead.
Mm-hmm.
Object. Nope. No new information. Excellent.
Gosh. There was somewhere that was dark. Oh, the south. The south hallway was dark, and we banged our shin.
Yes. Entry
It's
area.
probably lit up now. Hey.
This is the southern end of a hall which continues back to the north. To the east is a door with a card slot on the wall next to it, and opposite on the west wall is a much larger door, a bulkhead which glows blue. Next to the bulkhead, to the northwest, is another door, smaller than the other two, where the wall juts out slightly. The cold here is even stronger than in the rest of the building, and you shiver violently. So,
Hmm.
just gonna check to see if this door.
Yeah.
Bulkhead. Oh, it's the largest and most secure door I've seen yet, with several thick steel bars locking it in place. The door frame is lit by an unreal blue light. In the center of the door is a keypad. Please be a normal keypad. In the middle of the door is a small device radiating steel beams which seal the bulkhead. On the device is an LCD display and a miniature alphanumeric keypad, complete with the usual punctuation marks.
What's the usual punctuation marks? Casual cultural chauvinism to me.
Punctuation. I don't know the word punctuation.
What's the display have to say?
Uh, Nothing new. It is just the keypad.
Fuck.
Well, let's touch the bulkhead.
Small devices can't radiate steel beams.
Ah! The wind is knocked out of you as your fingers
Oh.
come in contact with the ice cold steel of the door frame. You hear voices behind you and turn to see four people taking shape in the hall. Three of them, the man and the woman from the scene in the center room, and another, older man, seem to be greeting the fourth person, a young man with blonde hair. So we have the man, the woman, the blonde, younger guy, and now an older doctor.
Hmm.
We're very
Tellurian was the name of the project from the bulletin, right?
um
I'm pretty
benefits
sure
of
that's
being
what's on the
able to
screen.
scroll.
Thunder.
Tellerus.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, it's probably
similar.
related.
Yeah. We're very glad to welcome you, Dr. Tellurian, says the older man, addressing the newcomer, his tone cordial but uninflected. The sound is garbled, though, and the people flicker in and out like an old and deteriorating movie. You and I have met, he continues, but I believe you know our other two colleagues through correspondence alone. May I introduce them then? Dr. Brett Owen, the station technologist. As I write all of this down,
Yeah, right.
I think that's why I never really solved any text adventures because I never mapped, I never wrote anything down.
Yeah, this is also like kind of atypical in that it's like this is a pretty clearly a story someone wants to tell through interactivity rather than like an interactive narrative.
Yeah, there was an interesting review on one of the sites I was looking at that was like, this isn't a game. This is just interactive fiction.
Yeah, I saw that same one while I was looking it up earlier, and that guy's name is I'm gonna mangle this because he's uh, uh, from the Netherlands. Um, Victor Gijbers, Gijbers, I think. But anyway, he's brilliant. One of my favorite sort of writers and thinkers about the medium these days, and I think his criticisms, like from what I've seen so far, seem to hold some water. But I'm still really enjoying it.
Yeah, yeah. I'm also very proud of all the font work that I did to find a font that was somewhat pretty.
Well,
Yeah, reading through that review, it was very, it was not an ill-informed review where it was like, because I think he said it through the whole thing that he was like, yeah, I actually like this. It's just not very fun from a exploration kind of thing. So like I think of it, and I think that's why I like that game. Oh man, what is that game called? See how chunky my computer will get. I think I sent it to you on Steam, where you're like in a space station.
Yes. Yeah. Shit. What was the thing called? Station. It was. It had a number in it.
Yeah,
But yeah, more environmental storytelling and less like actually solving puzzles.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I think there's definitely puzzles in this. Um,
Let's go find some of them. So what's happening with our
oh, right.
our people?
So, the station technologist and Dr. Alexis Stevenson are biotechnologist.
Okay.
At this, Dr. Stevenson, the woman you saw in the first vision, moves forward to shake the young man's hand. I've taken some interest in your work, Dr. Tellurian. Your hypotheses are very unconventional. Not necessarily workable, but still quite intriguing. Her voice is relaxed, far from the first speaker's tone. And, despite Jonas here, she continues, throwing a glance at the older man, we're not always this formal. Call me Alexis.
Yes,
Then
ma'am.
call me David, replies the young man. You notice he still has not let go of Alexis's hand. Also noticing this, the black haired man, Dr. Owen, apparently, quickly breaks in. As he steps forward to shake David's hand, you see he has a slight limp. I'm guessing Jonas will want to show you your room and give you a quick debriefing, he says softly. Then I'll show you around the station. I believe you'll find our facilities more than adequate, and, well, I believe that'll do for introduction, said Jonas, casually steamrolling the quieter scientist. If you'll follow me, I'll show you to your room. He presses a small
Damn, dude.
panel on the wall that you had previously thought was just a tile, and the northwest door opens. He goes through the door with David following obediently. Alexis's eyes follow him out as the view crackles and fades.
Hmm.
I'm still desperately looking for that game that's like no, not that. Oh, Event Zero, I think is the one I'm thinking of.
Yep, that was exactly it.
If I remember right, there's a weird achievement in that to play basketball.
I need to replay that. I enjoyed it, but I got really stuck on like one of the first puzzles and went to a walkthrough, which is fine, like totally defensible. But the fact that like I did it kind of early spoiled me a little bit.
Yeah, I think I had the same thing where like there was just something I wasn't getting, and then I was like, oh well, I'm already 2/3 of the way through. I'm gonna take a break.
Yeah.
All right. So where was that tile? Small panel on the wall. Well, can I just look at the panel? Um,
Hmm.
Press panel. The door slides open.
Hey.
So this is probably antechamber. It's a small diamond-shaped room that provides a transition from the sharp metal cold of the hall to the residential quarters beyond. Southeast and down a step is the entry area of the station. Northwest and up
Mm-hmm.
a step is the crew quarters.
So our only exit is northwest. Let's go
Yeah.
root around some people's shit.
Despite the blank white walls and the colorless light from the skylight above you, this circular chamber almost seems hospitable. The thin shag carpet that would be an abomination in any other setting soothe your feet after the freezing tiles of the hallway, and the air here is only cold instead of the bone-scratching chill you were growing accustomed to in the rest of the station. To the north, south, east, and west are identical steel doors, each bearing a
Hmm.
nameplate. A pair of wide arches, the only attempt that you've seen at form rather than function in the design of this building, lead out to the southeast and northwest, though the second arch is blocked by a steel door. Look. Whoops, not look. X nameplates. You just used the word nameplates.
Maybe plate? Yeah, the narrator says name space plate.
Hmm.
Okay. Oh, how do we know it's locked if we're just looking at it? All right, so North is clearly our villain. Um,
I don't think there's any
uh,
good guys.
the lady seemed nice. She's probably evil. Okay, so Jonas Bittern,
So that's
um,
the old doctor,
old doctor, right?
who probably dies pretty quickly.
He was the one in the opening flashback that had his leg all folded backwards, right?
No, that's Brett Owen.
Oh, okay. And then so South Door, so Alexis is our lady,
And then so I'm
which means the
guessing.
East Door is probably Brett.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yep.
Well, what happens if you look at the plate? Does it give you some kind of crazy? No. Wait.
That was anticlimactic.
It's the only one. Oh no, Jonas isn't locked either.
All right. Well, let's go check out our red shirt first, I guess.
Thank you for opening the door for me, game.
Oh yeah, I love this shit. All right.
This room is a complete wreck. The sheets are torn from a bare mattress, the bedding thrown on the floor. A dresser and a glass doored bookcase, its panes shattered, lay on their sides, their contents flung in wild piles over the floor. You can barely see a path through the books and other junk to the bedroom door on the north wall or the hall door to the west.
Um, so X dresser and bookcase, obviously. Maybe contents or piles.
And this is why I wanted a co pilot for this, because I'd just be like, huh, that's interesting. Bathroom.
Yeah.
Um, like the bookcase, the dresser has been toppled onto its side. Half of its enamel drawers are hanging out of the casing, the other half are strewn over the floor. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I guess nothing there.
Yeah.
Let's look at the bookcase. Bookcase has had its contents thrown about the room and then was apparently tipped over, causing the metal to dent and the glass doors to shatter. You see a spray of fine glass shards around the room from the fall. Why would anyone do that? Um, I'm not wearing shoes.
Did we X our gown yet?
No. The loose hospital
Yeah.
gown, stained all over the front, gives virtually no protection against the chilling air.
Well.
Um, the white gown is covered in a number of dark brown stains, just slightly sticky to the touch.
Oh no.
Oh. Okay. Um, so the dresser and the bookcase. So, I guess floor? Which do you mean?
Yeah.
The carpet is the color of dead moths and its pile is short, but it's a luxury you haven't seen anywhere else in the station. The whole floor is covered with piles of junk, papers, clothing, books, you name it.
So check, I guess, like X junk or X piles.
Strewn all over are various objects, pieces of clothing, books, includes a handsome copy of the Bible. Get Bible. Papers, sheets from the bed, etc. The only explanation you can imagine for this sort of mess is that this room has been very thoroughly searched for something. You notice, with some surprise, a white card is lying near the bed, almost covered by a fallen
Yeah!
pillow.
Get card!
The Bible is truly lovely, its leather cover and gilt edge immaculate. You notice that there is a lengthy index in the back so you can find any
Oh,
topic.
you're shitting me. Alright, alright. Fuck you, Bible. What kind of shitty, abridged, like, fucking Bowdlerized ass. Jesus. Look up Jesus.
I mean, they did just make. I mean, they just made a new copy of the Bible. Maybe this is that copy. Just doesn't have Jesus in it. Wait,
Uh-huh. Yes, yes. The
what?
expurgated.
Oh well, at least this came up with something different. As I try to find Jesus, none of those passages seem important right now. All right, well that's cool. Let's see what this card is. The plastic card has a magnetic strip on one side. It's stamped with words "Identification Device." Dr. Brett Owen.
Alright.
All right. There must be at least 80 books of all sizes laying haphazard on the floor of the room, not to mention countless scraps of paper and an almost unintelligible script. You hear a distant metallic voice say, "Warning, main power supply low." Um, I have a feeling that our paper or that our power is limited to the amount of turns that we take.
I'm sorry, the dog was, thought that the onion in my hand was a ball and was harassing me, so I had to go chase her down. What was that?
Uh, you hear a distant metallic voice say, "Warning, main power supply low."
Ah, shit.
So I think our main power supply has a limited is limited by turns, I would guess. But whatever.
Yeah, let's make a timer. Um,
Do you want to
well,
go in the
shit.
bathroom?
Yeah, for sure.
Opening the bathroom door. The bathroom seems quite cramped, despite its almost miniature shower, basin, and toilet. You're mildly disturbed to see the mirror on the wall is shattered completely. Brett's room is back to the south.
Uh, look in the toilet.
Will do next. The glass
Yeah.
is covered with cracks, making it impossible to see your reflection. Looking closely, you see dried blood on the edges of some of the cracks.
Oh no.
X toilet. The toilet sits in the corner, empty of water.
Look in toilet? They wouldn't have implemented this room if there wasn't a point for it. I
I
mean,
mean,
also, but I could be. I've been wrong in the past.
you depress the handle, but nothing happens. The water must be shut off.
Hmm. All right. Well, this is a little bit of a cheap trick, but if you think that we are running low on time, you could just try to undo a few times. Get yourself back to the I don't know, when you were looking at the Card.
Nah. Who knows? Maybe it's just flavor text.
Mm,
Um.
seems unlikely.
All right.
All right, I think we've exhausted Brett's room's possibilities, huh?
For now, at least, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's Jonas's room, which is the old guy.
Yep.
This room conveys the same hard sense of cleanliness and exactness you felt in the rest of the station, despite the soft cream sheets on the bed and a graceful antique roll-top desk in the corner. Next to the desk is a simple dresser and bookshelf. To the south is the bathroom door, and to the east is where we just came.
Hmm. So desk, obviously, then dresser, bookshelf.
The desk, the only piece of wooden furniture you've seen anywhere here, is a convoluted mass of drawers and pigeonholes, ranging in size from folio holders to pencil nooks the size of a dime. Usually, when you imagine a desk like this, it's covered with books and papers and other instruments of study. This desk, however, is completely barren and all its drawers empty. On its surface, only a fading green blotter.
Hmm.
On one corner of the blotter, you see what appears to be the number 80, hastily scribbled in orange ink.
80 orange. Good to know. So we had a keypad in the last room, the round room, and then we had a color puzzle in the first room, right?
Yeah. The dresser is a simple item made of three wide enamel drawers, its sides scratched, revealing streaks of metal under the enamel. The drawers are closed.
Open the drawer.
Open dresser drawers. We'll open the desk drawers next. You slide open one of the drawers. There's nothing important in the dresser, only a few pieces of clothing. Oh my god, get some clothes. You slip on a lab coat, then quickly take it off and throw it back in the dresser. It feels wrong, so strongly, in fact, that you'd rather suffer the cold of the station than wear the coat.
Huh. Nice little bit of environmental storytelling there. So clearly our guy here is kind of fucked up.
Every one of the score of drawers in the desk is empty. Okay.
Well, shit.
We have a bookshelf. All five of the shelves are completely empty.
Well, open glass doors?
Um, yeah. Bathroom. It's another shattered mirror. The only other furnishing is a shattered mirror above the white basin. Jonas's room is to the south.
All right, well, think we're gonna
Same
find anything different here? Oh, sorry.
same description for the mirror. So
Oh,
no.
come on, dude. That's just lazy. Come on, man.
Um, next to the desk are a simple dresser and a bookshelf. Nope. I think that's that. And then all the other exits are um
Locked, yeah.
come on, X northwest door. Yep. All right. Well, let's go see if we can't open one of those keycard doors.
Yeah, buddy.
North, north. Wow, this is so much easier with a with a map. I actually know where I'm going. Um. Ooh. All right. So went through all the doors. You're standing at the eastern extremity of an abandoned hall, which continues back to the west. In front of you is a large bulkhead with a flashing red beacon on it. Almost drowned out by the red glare of the beacon, you see the bulkhead itself has a vague blue glow about it. To the north is another door with a card slot next to it.
All right, try the card, I guess. Swipe card.
Insert card. Don't know insert. Swipe card. Don't know the word swipe.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Put card in slot. The door slides open and you remove the slot. High white walls enclose this space. Around the room is a metal ledge set with scanning and typing equipment for entering data. 3 chairs face the ledge. The room is dominated by a large screen on the north wall, opposite which is the door out into the hall. X screen. The screen reads, "Hello, my name is Hosea. I am the data storage retrieval device for the Babel project. To retrieve data, simply ask me about a topic." I'm going to do some looking in the Bible real quick.
Yeah.
Find Hosea. Hosea was an Old Testament prophet espousing the coming of doom to the land. One passage has been underlined. They have dealt treacherously against the Lord, for they have begotten strange children. Now shall a month devour them devour them with their portions.
Oh no.
Let's see what Babel says. Whoops. Here it is, Genesis 11:4. Babel was a huge tower built to reach the very heavens. When God saw this and the power of those building it, he was angered and destroyed the tower and its makers. Strangely, the chapter and verse numbers have been circled. So 11 and 4 and 80. Okay. Ask. What do we want to ask Hosea?
Let's start from basics, I guess. So, one more time, what was the project name? Tellura or something?
Oh, yeah. Scrolling up.
Oh, so far up.
Tellerus. About. Actually, ask. Can I just do ask Tellerus? Nope. Ask Hosea about Tellerus. The screen reads Tellerus, Toxology 4885. Synergistic toxin that increases the body's electric receivers and deciphers, thereby enhancing latent telluric abilities. Within days after administration of the toxin, a human can see and hear short, emotionally charged episodes that occurred in the past by touching an object nearby that has been imprinted with the scene. Still in highly experimental stages.
Oh shit, we're the experiment!
Okay. Ask. Babel Project. Station constructed by the administrative agency for the development of biological experimentation for the purpose of bettering mankind. Station is manned by 4 scientists who will stay in residence with provisions airdropped monthly. Station is subdivided into a residential area, a lab hall, and a specimen gallery. Ask. I don't want to do too much here, but
Why? This is our lore dump.
yeah, I think there's more that we can do than just ask him. What would be one more thing to ask about? I guess we could ask about all the doctors.
Yeah, definitely the doctors. I keep coming back to that opening scene where the guy was the old man was talking about Jabberwock. Jabberwocky. Was that an actual thing, or was he being poetical and shit?
Jabberwocky. Fatal gaseous toxin. Inhalation of 10 milligrams of toxin causes mucus in lungs to rapidly acidify. Dense
Oh no.
gas spreads very slowly.
Well, that seems bad.
Dr. Brett Owen, research scientist and station designer for the Babel project. Technical specialization. Stevenson. Dr. Alexis Stevenson, research scientist for the Babel project. Specialization in biotechnology. Come on, give me something good. Tellurian. What?
Huh.
Dr.
David, right?
Spelled it wrong. Dr. David Tellurian, research scientist for the Babel project. Most recent member of the staff replacing Dr. Brian Thorne. No specialization.
Huh. That's yeah. Don't love that. Ask Hosea about Hosea.
Hosea, the data storage retrieval device for the Babel project.
Okay.
To retrieve data, simply ask me about a topic. Dr. Brian Thorne, now deceased, previously a research scientist for the Babel project. Specialization in genetic manipulation. Ask Hosea about Jonas. Dr. Jonas Binnern, senior research scientist for the Babel project. Specialization in data analysis and viral biology. I don't like any of that. That's all.
Yeah. This all sounds pretty bad, chum.
All right.
So I'm about to. So I apologize for my rudeness. I'm going to eat some dinner. I will mute myself so you don't have to hear my gross sounds, but I will be talking.
Awesome. All right. Let's look. X chairs. 3 identical chairs glide on a track in the floor so you can work it at any part of the ledge.
There are no exits from this room, right?
Yeah, there's no new ones. The wide metal ledge circles the room and is covered with devices for printing, scanning, typing, and the like, as well as numerous papers. Give me
Papers, you
papers!
say?
The documents are mostly computer printouts of complex mathematical formulae, which are far beyond your grasp. Occasionally, through the cage of black and white numerals, you catch a glimpse of something you knew. A memory, a flash of intuition, but then it's gone. I don't like any of this. Judging by the types of devices here, you assume this room was meant for entering and retrieving data from some central computer. Potentially Hosea. Alright. Well, there's a key card all the way back where we started, too.
Yeah, you want to go try it on the original key slot?
Yeah.
It probably won't work, but see if it has a. This game has a go-to command.
It's not that far. I'm already back.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh. Had that backwards. So the west that has the key card. Alright, put card in slot. The door slides open.
Hey!
Hey, it's another records room.
Nice.
The small, high-ceilinged room contains a C-shaped ledge that juts from the wall and is set with various data entry devices and covered with papers. 3 chairs are set in front of the ledge for people working here. Set in the south wall above a ledge is a widescreen, and directly beneath it, under the ledge, is a small safe. The only way out is a
Ooh.
door to the east. Well, let's just see what's going on with the screen. Yep, alright. It's another Hosea room.
Huh, all right.
The small safe looks very sturdy and bears a red dial on its door, which is currently closed.
Dial.
The red dial can be turned to settings numbered from 1 to 100. It's currently set to 1.
What are the numbers we have? It's 3, 11, and 80?
11, 4, and 80.
Oof. 11, 4. It seems like it'd be too obvious to be the code. Yeah,
Okay, it's now turned to 80. The door pops open.
Are you fucking kidding me? This is the shittiest safe in the world.
Right?
Goddamn.
Just one dial.
You don't even need to crack this motherfucker. It just opens.
Sitting on a glowing shelf in the safe is a metal key. Well, I'm gonna get the key. I'm gonna look at the key. It's a key marked Residential Master. And I'm gonna take a deep breath and touch the shelf. The shock that pricks your fingers as you touch the shelf is slight, but sharp. Jonas and Alexis resolve into the room with you, and you sense immediately that this scene is the clearest of all the visions you've seen so far. As Jonas closes the safe and spins the dial, his gray eyes look directly at you for a moment. He suddenly appears very, very old, but his voice is strong and authoritative as he turns back to Alexis. There, he says, I believe I have everything ready. The doors are closed and the water's turned off. You go out to the courtyard now. The helicopter is prepared. I'll send out one last message and turn off the power and set the lock when I come out. But what about... No, this is the only way. It's too late now. The damage has been done. We must escape, and I do not use that word lightly. And we must do it now. I wish I had the foresight to stop this while I still could, but the danger now is too great. Our only option is to seal off the Babel project and do our best to forget it ever happened. Alexis makes no reply, only stands in the doorway, her eyes meeting Jonas's glare. Silence squeezes the room until finally Jonas whispers, There are 2 devils loose now. Blame me if you like, but go. Alexis turns rigidly and walks away. The sound of sobbing comes from the hall as the image fades. Okay. Well, I'm just going to go back and go snoop around other people's rooms.
Damn.
Alright. Do you want to go into the new guy's room or into Alexis's room?
Let's do Alexis first.
This appears to be an actual room. That is, it feels like a real person lived here. The nondescript furniture, a metal desk, a bookcase, a dresser, and a short bed, through the most subtle alterations, give the room a warm feeling. Everything from the fading smell of lilacs to the small glowing blood vase on the table speak of an occupant determined to make a home in this sterile building. The bathroom door is to the west, and a second door to the north leads out.
Yeah, she's a lady, and she likes lady things, like lilacs and subtle alterations.
Yeah!
Yeah. So standard desk bookcase dresser.
Got it.
Have we checked any of the beds?
No.
Huh.
Though you can't say exactly why. Like the rest of the furnishings, even the simple bed seems to show a woman's influence. Blah. Like the dresser, the table is made of enamel metal. However, the bleached surface is almost magically transformed by the presence of a few bright flowers in a small crystal vase. Upon close inspection, you can see the vase glows with a faint blue light. Take the flowers.
Alright.
The flowers, though starting to wilt, are still cheery and convey a sense of tenderness in their simple beauty. So, how long does it take flowers to wilt?
I don't know, a couple days. I think all the implication and the fact that the bloodstains on our gown are still sticky. I think the implication has been
Oh.
like a day or two since the big horrible thing.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Alright. Let's do everything else and then touch the vase.
Mm.
The dresser is a simple item made of 3 wide drawers. Drawers are closed. Open drawers. In the dresser is some clothes and a sketchbook.
Ooh.
Get the sketchbook. Can I please take some clothes? I am so cold. Nope. Still can't put on clothes. The sketchbook is filled with sketches, all of them pleasant, though certainly made by an untrained artist. Flipping through the book, you see a large number of the drawings are of David.
Oh boy.
In the bookcase, you can see several loose papers covered with notes and sketches, but you can't see them distinctly enough to read them. The bookcase is made of unmarked metal. The bookshelf still adds a new dimension of decoration to its room, for its wide shelves, protected by locked glass panels, are filled with all manners of books. At least 100 volumes are stacked haphazardly and double deep in the case, along with loose papers and notepads.
Huh.
Alright, well, let's be creeps and go in the bathroom.
10 to 1 odds. It's the same stock descriptions. Oh, the toilet shines blue on white.
Don't make me touch a toilet.
Come on.
Your fingers jump at the familiar spark because you touched a toilet. As the toilet bowl seems to fill with water, Alexis kneels on the clean floor, holding one arm over the bowl, fingering a razor in the other hand. Oh, trigger warning.
Oh no. Well, it was the 90s.
Alexis kneels on the clean floor, holding one arm over the bowl, fingering a razor in the other hand. Her long hair is knotted and her cheeks are yellow from lack of sleep. A drop of water falls in the sink, its dying plip audible in the stuffed silence of the room. To be or not to be, mutters Alexis, staring at the razor. He made it sound so poetic. Flip. Her chest moving with each breath, she positions the blade above her vein. She holds it there, unmoving, but fear of that undiscovered country. I'm not afraid, am I? What could be worse than this? Flip. Silence echoes as she looks down, unable to move backwards, unwilling to move forwards. Suddenly, Jonas's voice cuts through the air from somewhere else in the station, calling Alexis's name. She hesitates a moment, then stands and throws a razor into the toilet. Someone has got to go on. She straightens her hair back and walks out the door. Flip. The toilet drains and you are alone again. You hear a distant metallic voice say, "Warning, Main power supply low. Just gonna check the mirror. Maybe it's something different. Nope. All right. Is there anything else? We had the bed. We had the
Yeah,
bathroom.
maybe under the bed.
Yeah, it didn't. It just said
Hmm.
it was a girl's bed.
Sigh.
Yeah, it's interesting because this is really compelling, and then there's like moments where you're like, "Whoa, this is a product of its time."
Yeah, I mean that's everything though, right? I'm not even mad about it. Just you call like it is kind of funny, admittedly.
Well, let's touch
uh,
a vase.
let's touch a vase.
As your fingers touch the crystal, you hear the voices of David and Alexis behind you, but the sound fades in and out. You turn and see them lounging on the bed, the air of tension and discipline you've sensed in other scenes completely absent here. You know, I think Jonas would kill us if he found out I was here, says David, grinning slowly. Look at us, acting like two frightened teenagers. With the girl's father in the next room, finishes David as he gently tickles Alexis. She giggles like a child and bats David away. He laughs, but somehow the tickling bodies embrace. The pair lie silently on the bed, comfortable, then the loud latch of the door snaps open. Alexis and David bolt up and you turn to face the newcomer, but the image instantly disappears.
What does that have to do with the vase, though?
Maybe he got thrown in an argument?
But wouldn't it be broken?
Wondering maybe if you touched it again, it would have more information.
Nah.
All right.
All
Well,
right, David's room.
things that
Oh,
we
sorry.
learned about Alexis. She's a girl. The cleared sexual tension between her and David eventually became something,
mm-hmm.
and she has feelings. All right, yeah, let's go in David's room.
And
Oh,
also a troubled past.
yes. Unlock north door. All right. There's something off center and deeply disturbing about this small space. While the dresser, bed, table, and bookshelf that comprise the only furnishings of the room are normal enough, rather featureless in fact, certain details are wrong. The thick glass doors on the bookshelf are cracked and shattered in places. The sheets of the bed are in terrible disarray, and most disturbing, a thin trail of blood leads across the carpet from the bathroom door to the east out the south door. You also notice the table glows with an unearthly light. Well, X bookshelf.
Yep.
The metal bookcase stands in a moat of tiny sparks of glass, which presumably came from the cracked glass doors of the case. Behind the spiderwebs in the glass, the shelves stand bare and swept clean. All right, X desk. Oh, the table. So I guess the
Is the
desk and
desk.
table, yeah, that's the same thing. X dresser. Dresser is a simple thing. Drawers are closed. Open drawers. Nothing of importance. Only a few pieces of clothing. Dear God, get my man some clothes.
Get the clothing.
Nope, still no dice. So we tried everybody's clothes on. It doesn't feel right. Okay.
X trail.
Yes. The line
Hey.
of blood, faint and thin, looks like a wound in the carpet. There's not much blood, and the injured person appears to have stopped bleeding about the time he or she got to the door in the round room.
Huh.
Well,
So what's the chances that all four of these people? Well, let's go check out the mirror in there. But like, if the mirror has the same description in every bathroom, at least 3 of these people got wanged in the head with the mirror.
You attempt to open the bathroom door, but find it stuck fast. Looking closer, you see that the door has been slammed shut so violently that it
Oh,
has become
Jesus.
embedded in the dented steel of the door frame. You wonder at the inhuman strength that could have done this.
Sorry. Um. Shit. Well, guess we gotta touch the table.
Glad one of us has any memory of exactly what we just looked at. You touch the surface, and a ghost image of David appears sitting on the table right next to your hand. Across the room, Jonas is pacing and talking. The image quality is terrible, and you can only just make out the conversation. It should be clear, intones Jonas, that our work here is of the most confidential nature. While we are working for their benefit, the general populace are a superstitious and ignorant lot, easily
Terrified of
given
bats.
over to panic. For these reasons, whatever discoveries we make here, if and when they are revealed to the masses, must be camouflaged in such a way as to give no hint that we created them. It was here that the cancer vaccine and the first viable organic fuel were formulated. Yet you will never hear our name mentioned. This is the most thankless of jobs, David. Here he pauses for dramatic effect, and then continues with measured emotion. But the true reward working here comes from the work itself, a knowledge of duty and ability fulfilled. You are brilliant, David. Only the sharpest minds in the world have the ability to be one of the 4 here. But that's not all it takes. It requires an unselfish, single minded obedience to the spirit of science. Perhaps this sounds harsh, but one working here would do well to consider his life forfeit should it come to a choice between one's personal situation and the demands of science and position. Jonas turns to face David, who sits mesmerized by the speech. I believe I understand, he replies. He looks directly at Jonas, almost as one in a trance. I will not disappoint you, sir. I came here for the love of science, and I shall do whatever is required of me. Jonas smiles and nods, fatherly in his attitude towards the younger scientist. As I'm sure it will come up, says Jonas after a brief pause. There is one more issue to deal with. You should be made aware of the circumstances surrounding the death of your predecessor here, Dr. Brian Thorne. As you might have heard, our esteemed colleague did die while working here, and his death was not of natural causes. Jonas slows here, judging his words carefully. We work in miracles here, David, and occasionally a mind, no matter how brilliant, is too narrow to accept these wonders. Dr. Thorne was a conservative man in the realm of the fantastic, and his mind suffered. In the end, assuredly mad, he left from the top balcony of the specimen gallery to the floor below and to his death. Jonas pauses here at the obligatory sign of respect. And now that that skeleton is out of the closet, as it were, I believe we've covered everything. If you would be so kind as to. They continue the conversation, but it is enveloped by the increasing static and eventually fades out altogether. You are left wondering exactly what obligatory sign of respect makes a skeleton out of the closet joke immediately following talking about this.
All right, so we got some real good old fashioned mad science shit going.
Yeah, mad science, maybe some men in black.
Mm-hmm. Also, we already have viable organic fuel. It's called wood.
The world's first wood was created here.
All right.
Well, neat, I guess.
We didn't really get much out of that, though.
Yeah, I mean, so the question that I have, so the only color that we've seen, we have blue and we have orange.
There's a third one floating around here somewhere.
I don't know, there was 80.
Yeah, maybe I'm giving this game too much credit.
Okay.
Hey, get off of there. No. No. You have perfectly good dog food. Fucking knock it off. Oh, you little piece of shit.
All right. I'm just randomly looking in the Bible, trying to get it to go to a like specific thing. The sheets of the bed, while clean, are totally in disorder, knotted and torn, making a lumpy pile in the center of the wrinkled mattress.
Check the pile.
No, no pile here.
God damn it.
The bathroom door out to the east, out the south door. All right. So we've thoroughly explored everything.
Northwest, yeah. That's where we came from originally. Let's look at our inventory.
Yeah, good call. A gown, a Bible, an ID card, the metal key, which is to everybody's rooms. Well, wait, maybe not.
Yeah, try the Northwest door. It probably won't work, but
Yeah,
nice.
it's a dining room. In one corner, a counter. Sorry, to start from the beginning. This sizable octagonal chamber is the dining meeting room with residential section. In one corner, a counter, which is glowing oddly, and a few appliances and cabinets designate the kitchenette. The only other fixture in the room is a metal table with 4 chairs, which seems dwarfed and isolated in the middle of the floor. An arch in the southeast wall leads to the round room, and another door by the kitchenette leads to, in the southwest wall, leads to a storage area. You see a calendar here. It's a plain calendar with a wax pencil hanging from it. Get calendar. Looking at the calendar, you're suddenly seized by an odd urge. You grab the pencil hanging from the binding and start making notes. Before
Oh,
realizing what you've
God.
done, you have marked the dates on which occurred all the images that you've seen. Though how you know the dates baffle you. You take the calendar and make a mental note to continue recording the dates in this manner, thereby creating a chronology of what you've seen.
Wow. Good to know that, if I ever suffer a psychotic break,
All you need is a calendar.
all you need is a calendar. You'll just jot all your shit down in order.
All right. I don't know if any of that. Wow, okay, but to be fair, less than a month. Or less than 2 months, I guess.
Yeah. Wow, these people are already boning like less than 2 weeks after David arrives at the station.
I mean, there's no saying how long it's been. And like, so wait, we had said that David was the bad guy. I guess Brett is the bad guy? No, no. David's the bad guy. David's the one that we were just in with blood.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is some kind of love triangle situation where like Brett was in love with Alexis, but Alexis liked David, and then they got together. Crazy. Oh shit, are we Brett?
I think we might be Brett. Am I Brett? That's a little too existential of a response. I don't know. It's just like the canned, I don't know that word, but
Good instincts.
all right. Cool. Well, the calendar was really neat. Um, let's not touch the thing. Let's check out the storage area if we can. That sound good?
Yeah, of course. I wonder if the shit. Remind me what the Bible verse was one more time. It was like 4:11.
No, no, that's I don't. The other two numbers though are 11 and 4.
Hmm. There, one of them definitely corresponds to a date of some kind. I bet.
Oh man, yeah. The storage area is a tiny rectangle illuminated by one flickering panel light. A filter in the ceiling blows in chilly, damp air, which forms a slimy layer on your bare skin. Rudimentary metal shelves, some showing signs of rust, line the walls, covered with canned goods and sealed containers of food. Nothing perishable and certainly nothing exceptional. In the northeast corner is the door, opposite which is a pegboard for hanging tools. The board is glowing faint blue. You also note one segment of the shelves has collapsed, its contents lying on the floor. The pegboard seems to contain a screwdriver. Get screwdriver. I don't know the word "gute." There we go. Get screwdriver.
Doing our way through this abandoned lab in true adventure gamer fashion.
This is a common flathead screwdriver.
Does it have blood on it?
No blood.
Hmm.
At the back of the room is a small pegboard painted with outlines for tools. All the tools are gone. Um,
Yeah, touch the board, I guess.
X broken shelves. The bolts connecting the corner of these shelves to the supporting bar seem to have rusted through, causing the shelves to fall. The 6-foot support bar lies on the floor, along with the rest of the contents of the broken shelves. Can I get the bar? I can get the bar. It's a sturdy metal pole, a bit taller
Nice.
than yourself. Um,
I imagine that's going to come in handy.
I so like very weird thought. Why is the pantry damp? Like that's the exact opposite of what you want a pantry to be.
Hmm. Good point.
But the other shelves that are not broken are just metal grills bolted to square metal poles. Each shelf is covered with neatly stacked cans and containers, except for the one segment in the back, which has fallen apart, scattering its contents on the floor. Most of the shelves are showing the beginnings of rust, probably due to the damp air blown in by the vent above.
X vent! X vent!
In the ceiling of the room is a small vent which blows very cold air into the pantry. You assume it was made to keep the room cool to preserve the freshness of the food, but something apparently went wrong because the air from the vent, while cold, is also very damp and has caused some of the shelves to rust.
Hmm. Can we unscrew the vent?
I don't know how to unscrew the filter.
But it's a fucking screwdriver, man. Like, the use of it is in the name.
I mean, it knew what I was trying to do, and it said, no, you can't do that.
X filter, maybe?
No, that's still the vent. So it knew the word unscrew. So I have a feeling that's going to be useful later.
Yeah. All right. Let's look around the room one more time.
Let's touch the board.
All right. Yeah, I don't think there was anything else. I think we pretty well went through it. Oh boy.
The pegboard shimmers at your touch, and tools appear, neatly hanging in their outlines. You hear a soft clatter behind you and turn to see Alexis carefully stacking cans from a cardboard box onto the shelves. She fades in and out every time she places a can. The image quality is horrible. David enters quietly, looking around him in vague awe. Hello, David, Alexis says, setting down the box of cans and smiling. Brett gave you the full tour? Oh, yes, says David. I've never in my life imagined some of the things you're doing here. It's amazing. He pauses, then continues, becoming more and more excited. I've always dreamed of being able to work purely with science, no guidelines or strictures blocking the way. I can finally do that here, be able to work to my full potential. Alexis, I'm so excited. Obviously, she replies, laughing. It's not always that amazing, though. We have as much of the mundane here as the fantastic. Ruefully, she points to the air vent. That, for example. Here we are, four of the most brilliant scientists on the planet, but we still can't seem to stop the air filter from getting wet and rusting the shelves and then spoiling the food. She smiles wryly, then goes back to stacking cans. David hesitates for a moment, then grabs a can and starts working alongside of her. I think I'm going to like it here, Alexis. Well, I'm glad you came.
Oh boy.
The image fades out, leaving harsh static in your ears, which slowly disappears as well. What?
Let's check out our calendar.
Oh, yeah. That's on the first day. That is on the first day. That is some I mean, obviously, not as a criticism of the writing per se, just because it's like you gotta make some calls, but that is some hot and heavy, like clearly we're flirting with each other about like unbridled science and rust.
No restrictions or limitations. You know, it's funny. Nobody ever says that about like science funding. No, it's only about human rights violations.
I mean, I have been reading a lot about the origins of science, like the National Science Foundation, and I yeah, I mean that's what led to like Werner von Braun and stuff like that. So,
Oh boy.
I mean, fair. Can we get some food? Have we eaten? Are we hungry?
Try to eat the cans, man.
Which cans do you mean? The neatly arranged ones or the spilled ones? Well, neatly arranged containers. The cans are simple government issue rations. Get cans. You see no reason to burden yourself with food, with meals ready to eat.
Look at the spilled ones.
Cans and boxes piled up in the corner seem undamaged, despite the collapsed shelf on top of them. Yet,
Okay. So
spilled.
none of this helps.
Yeah, no. Alright, well, weird. I guess northeast. Guess let's touch the table.
Did we touch the board? Yeah, we touched the board. Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll touch.
yeah. Touching the board was the uh,
Yeah, the flirting scene.
worst attempt at flirting.
I kind of read it more as brand nosing, but ¿por qué no los dos?
Oh, weird. When you
Huh.
touch the table, you feel a very mild shock, but nothing else happens.
Maybe X table?
Oh, the table, but not the counter. Hang on. There we go. There is a brief flash of blue white light, the sharp tingle you've grown accustomed to, and the image appears. Brett is slumped in one of the kitchen chairs while Jonas, stooping, examines the scientist's knee. The pant leg has been cut away, revealing a prosthetic limb in place of his leg. The artificial appendage is damaged, steel pins sticking out from the joint. Jonas carefully begins to repair the leg using a set of extremely sharp tools. Alexis paces over the room, rubbing her palms, not looking at the other two. I just couldn't believe it, Brett says, his eyes closed in exhaustion more than pain. Just slipped in behind me, grabbed the vial, threw it down, and ran. David is not safe out there either. I made that toxin. I know what it can do. Obviously, states Jonas, his eyes never leaving his work. The mental deterioration is much faster than we presumed. To attack with such deadly means and unprovoked. Unprovoked? Alexis stops short, glaring at Jonas. You refuse to administer the antitoxin. What further provocation does he need? If you hadn't. Oh, it's my fault, is it? Really? Jonas's sarcasm turns the air sour, and he slowly stands to stare at Alexis, ignoring his patient. Dr. Stevenson, you were in charge of seeing that the creature. He pauses momentarily as Alexis gasps in indignation. Yes, I believe creature would be the correct term at the moment. You were in charge of making sure that it was confined. And I did, against every natural impulse I had. Then how did it get out? The pause is expectant, hard. It's possible that I did not check the lock when I brought him in his last meal. Alexis's tone in this confession is flat, her face betraying nothing. Brett breaks the silence, sensing violence in the air. There is no point wasting time arguing about that. Unable to stand with his damaged leg, he sits straighter in his chair, trying unsuccessfully to be commanding. We don't know how secure the seal around the viral gallery is, so we've got to act quickly to nullify the Jabberwocky formula, then administer the antitoxin as soon. We will do no such thing. I have orders to allow the test to run full cycle, and this incident will not stop that. Both Alexis and Brett stare at Jonas, stunned. Violently, Brett reaches up and grabs the older man's lab coat. Listen, Jonas, he whispers, pulling him down. You're crazy. There's a fatal toxin in this building and a homicidal thing roaming the halls. We will all die if you insist on this insane course. We will not die, you idiot, says Jonas, pressing Brett's hands away from him. We are capable of dealing with this crisis without breaching the integrity of the experiment. While David is almost certainly lost, our orders have not changed. If you will listen now, but it is obvious that Brett is not listening. Instead, staring at Jonas in something like horror, he is slowly staggering out of the room, having obvious difficulty with his still damaged leg, unable to fully stand. God have mercy on you, he mumbles as he backs away, his tall frame now reduced to that of a shuffling hunchback. God have mercy on your poor, twisted soul. As he stumbles out the door, the image fades away.
Sweet.
All right. Oh, interesting. Okay. So maybe that dude always had a prosthetic leg.
Yeah, I think you're right. So I think it had something about him having a limp in the introduction scene too.
Hmm.
All right.
So that happened right after the first scene where he runs in and his leg's all messed up.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Huh. So. From my recollection, I think we might be out of leads. Um.
yeah, we have the bulkheads.
Oh yeah, and there's three of them, right?
Yeah, there's the one to the west. The closest bulkhead is the one with the keypad on it.
Yeah.
And then the bulkhead all the way back at the beginning, which is only like 5 rooms away, 10 rooms away, something like that.
And there was one to the east of the central hub room too, right?
Yeah, all the way to the east.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go try to crack those bulkheads. I have an unfortunate feeling that we're the experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Jabberwocky. They said Jabberwocky is the neurotoxin, which is different from the main the main thing. Um, cab- come on, cabinets. Oh, get. Oops. You're telling me that getting a knife would not be useful. Okay.
Bullshit.
And all right.
There's a homicidal maniac loose in this lab.
Seeing the few appliances, you realize what a totally isolated, monkish life one would live here. Eating only the simplest rations, seeing only 3 faces behind your own, devoting your entire existence to science here in this icy structure.
Hmm.
Okay. I was hoping that maybe put poodle in microwave. Yeah, I think we've done as much as we can here. Um, so entry area. Enter 11-4. Yeah. Main power supply low. And enter 11-4 on keypad. You should say what you want to type in double quotes. For example, type hello on keyboard.
Oh, okay.
The figures flash on the small screen and you hear a
Right.
hiss as the hydraulic lock of the door unseals. That was found so early. We just were like, let's go like look around in their trash cans. You're standing at the base of a steeply angled stairwell with leads up to the west towards a square of gray light. Cold, white air seems to be sucked through this passage from that opening to the station entrance to the east, searing your face as you walk past.
All
I have
right. Well.
so many pens on my desk and only about half of them work.
Huh.
It is so frustrating. The one that works best, one that I randomly found in a parking lot, and I was like, hey, that's probably a good pen. All right, yeah, let's keep going west.
All right. Walk into the light.
Oh, this is very bad. The Arctic, just past dawn, is more of a study in geometry than a landscape. The horizon is a white line between panes of gray, stretching out, undisturbed forever, brushed clean by the screeching wind. You see a few bumps and ridges in the tundra a short distance away, deformations made by the station hiding under the frost. But the only real alteration in the horizon is a square bulk far off to the north. Anchoring you in this vast space is a small structure a few steps to the east, a metal arch covering the stairs down into the station. Just to the southeast is a small shed. However, the stark imagery is all but lost to you, nearly blinded as you were by the cold. It attacks in many ways, lancing at your eyes with wind, seeping slowly into your skin to gnaw at your bones, setting blue fire to your ears and face with the beginnings of frostbite. The cold is everywhere and it wants you dead.
Huh.
Well, shed?
Yeah. Shed it.
You were standing, huddled yourself against the cold in a tiny metal shed, the wind shaking the thin metal walls and pushing in around you from the exit to the northwest. Around you are various machine parts, oil cans, and the like. The walls might as well not be there for all the protection they give from the attack of wind. The only piece of equipment in here that seems to have any practical value is a large battery
Nice.
sitting under a shelf. The shelf it is under glows a faint telltale blue. Let's look at this battery. It's a large battery, about the same size, just slightly smaller than a car battery. One corner has been dented, causing a visible slit to open up across the top edge of the battery. On this side of the battery is a sticker that reads, "Warning, contents highly corrosive."
Cool.
Get battery. Oops. Taken.
Are
Totally
we carrying
safe.
our hospital gown?
I'm sorry?
Are we carrying all of this shit in our hospital gown? Do those things have pockets?
Well, it is open at the back. I guess touch the shelf.
Yep.
The air itself seems to snap as you touch the shelf. Brett stands next to you, returning a gas can, his face bone white with fear. Turns to the door, crosses himself twice, and hobbles out. See his left leg and artificial limb is horribly mangled, causing him to walk half stooping, dragging his leg behind as he exits. You hear a helicopter start up and take off, then the image is gone. You rub your arms, trying to keep the blood flowing in them. I have a feeling we should probably go back inside pretty soon.
Yeah. Can we try to get the gas can? We probably don't need the gas can. It's empty, right?
Nope, won't let us.
Eh. Yeah, let's go back inside. It's fucking cold out here.
All right. Northwest. Oh, there's a square bulk far off to the north. Some distance to the north, you can see a gray square defined against the horizon. Your eyes are beginning to mist over from the absolute cold. You should get back inside. All right, all right, all right. I'm
Okay.
going in. I'm going in. Cool. Can I close west bulkhead? The door is already closed. Okay, good, good.
All right.
All right. Well, that opened. Maybe the other bulkheads will open?
I feel like that's not going to make it easy enough to. That's not going to make it that easy on us. All right. Hmm.
Oh, there's a panel in the bottom corner of the bulkhead which seems loose.
Hey, hey, hey! Good thing we got this handy dandy screwdriver.
Near the panel of the bulkheads, um, you can't do that with screwdriver. The panel pops off, and the space had covered a lever marked manual override.
Pull that lever.
Oh. The beacon flashes angrily, and a flat electronic voice tells you that the emergency locking system is on and cannot be overridden.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh, man. Do you want some bad news?
What?
I think we need to turn off the power.
Ah, shit. Yeah, you're right. Well, the power room was pretty close to here, right?
Um, shit, yeah, okay. Doot, 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 doot. Flip, switch. You flip the switch off and darkness engulfs you. The machines in the room make almost animal whimpers as power drains from them.
Except sectional doorway mechanisms. What?
Station now on auxiliary power only. All station functions except sectional doorway mechanisms disabled and clicks itself into silence. Around you can sense the shapes of the hulking masses, some harshly angled, some weirdly curved. All are faintly outlined by the half light from the hall. Well, nothing bad can happen now that the lights are off. You move the lever and the bulkhead slides up into the ceiling.
All right.
So the question is, do we try to turn the lights back on?
That's a good question. Um, hmm. Before we do anything, does the undo function work in this game?
I don't want to know.
Come on, man. Like if we go
Undo it.
east, there's some.
Yes, it does. It does undo that.
All right, yeah. So pull the lever. Let's maybe let's go east and see what's there in the darkness. I mean, I don't know. Or we can turn the lights back on. I'm ambivalent.
Well, do you think that the door will lock itself again?
But will it close itself again? Is the
Yeah.
question.
You know what? Let's. What's the worst that happens? Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Safety breach at gallery junction entrance. Security systems now closing, and ceiling door.
So we got to figure out some kind of way to keep the door open while the power is on.
That's only if you're afraid of the dark, which I totally am.
Yeah.
Pull a
Huh.
lever. All right. Gallery junction. You're practically blind in this room. The only illumination being a shifting blue glow, what appears to be a door to the south. Since the room is small, with a bulkhead to the west and another opening to the north, but you can't figure anything else out.
Hmm.
Well, touch door.
Yeah.
You touch the door, and the room is suddenly filled with light, both from the ceiling lights and also pouring in from the east door. Misty reflections form in the glass of the south door. Brett stands in the junction while Jonas looks thoughtfully through the door. Jonas, you've got to accept the idea. The Tellerus is essentially worthless, says Brett, as if he had been repeating himself for a long time. Jonas slowly turns to glare at the other scientist. It will be a boon to mankind. The Tellarists in the area of espionage alone could give the administrative agency unimaginable power. By the time an agent had developed By the time an agent had developed telluric abilities of any useful power, his mind would be so twisted. Hypothesis, snapped Jonas, severing the argument. We can't be sure of any of those side effects until a human trial is run. The agency believes it is imperative. The agency would never allow some volunteer to enter the station for testing. They start up the hall to the north, still arguing. As the image fades, you hear Jonas's voice echoing in the hall. They must eventually. They'll send someone. They demand a human trial. Demand a human trial. Human trial.
Lisa needs braces.
Um, it's been 2 hours. I need a momentary break.
Yeah, of course. Dude. I'm sitting on my like. Yes, absolutely.
All one viewers, which I
I
believe
think.
is you.
Hey, we got 3 at the beginning, so if we end up doing this like next week, we just know how to start it then.
Oh man, actually, Glacial Mermaid, thank you for the follow.
Yay!
I really appreciate that. That was 2 hours ago. So yeah, thank you. Um, yeah, we'll be back in however long it takes me to be very cold outside myself. Okay. Open south door. It is securely locked. Okay. Uh, Another opening
What
to
about?
the north. Continue to be practically blind in the room. The only illumination. Oh, it's too dark to see anything. Okay. So yeah, we need to put the bar in the door to the west. Yeah. All right, now let's turn on some lights.
Ah, sick.
Oh no. All right. West, north. Some distance away in the station, you hear an odd noise, and the metal voice says, "Warning, safety breach at gallery junction entrance. Security systems unable to close door."
Yay!
There we go.
All right. Uh oh. What's the warning?
Uh, the whirling red light seems to be a fairly obvious warning against opening the bulkhead.
Tracks.
Um,
We got a couple of things that we can poke in here. We got some card slots. We got a warning on the south door. We got a recess to the east.
oh. Well, let's put card in card slot. Oh, there's 2 slots.
Mm,
Um,
let's look at the warning on the south door before we go up opening anything.
X warning. The glass door on the south wall of the room is lit with conflicting lights. The words "Warning, Toxin Breakout" are projected in flashing red. on the door from within, while at the same time the whole door shines with an internal blue light. Is that the door that we touched?
Yeah.
Okay. Next to the door is a card slot. Through the door, you can see a small dim room. The door is closed.
Oh my god, my brain is a goldfish. What happened when we touched that south door again?
We can just touch it again.
Hey.
Uh,
Okay, this is just them arguing about the human
yep.
trial. Okay. Okay. So you want to try to go through the east door or go north through the open passage?
I think going through the open passage seems safest.
Yeah, that works.
There's another empty hall of glass, steel, and tile, identical to the others in its cold construction. Continues to the north and ends in a junction to the south, due perhaps to the utter silence in the hall or simply the unbearable cold warming up through your feet. You find yourself, without thinking, walking on your tiptoes here. I guess north.
Yep.
Your fancy turning dark for a moment, you imagine that all of these stark white tiles might actually be panels of human bone, polished to a chilling gleam. Okay.
Okay.
At this end of the hall are a pair of large swinging doors which lead north. Through portholes in the doors, you can see an odd collection of scientific and medical equipment. A smaller door is set in the east wall, and the hall continues to the south.
Hmm. All right. Check out the medical equipment.
Yeah. You are standing at the eastern end of a long vaulted room filled with scientific equipment. The lab hall, the heart of the Babel station. A large steel table here, identical to other tables further down the hall, is half covered with various instruments and papers in a jumbled mess. A portion of the table is cleared except for three small cages which glow blue. Oh. Against the north wall is a white metal cabinet, and swinging double doors in the south wall lead out the lab. A smaller door is to the east, while the lab hall continues to the west. You hear a distant metallic voice say, "Warning, main power supply low. Repeat, main power supply low." I guess the main power supply is low.
Ah, it's been saying that all night.
Yeah, there's no problem. We have a leaky battery, worst comes to worst.
Yeah. Oh boy, it's a lot of stuff in here. Check the papers, I guess, and maybe the cabinet.
The papers are copies from various texts, the margins filled with notes. Many of them have something to do with electrochemical transmitters in the brain.
Hmm.
Um, okay. And then you said the
Cabinet, yeah.
cabinet. Against the wall is a steel cabinet about waist high. At the bottom of the door is a heavy ring, parallel to another ring in the cabinet frame. Through these rings passes a heavy looking lock. The brushed metal is sparkling clean. Even the hinges of the doors shine.
Oh,
It's just a lock. Um, do, do, do.
maybe the rings?
Nope.
Damn it.
Instruments. The instruments are mostly made of glass and plastic. The instruments are completely incomprehensible to you.
Because we're a monster!
I guess let's touch the cage. Well, let's look at them first.
Yeah.
The three cages are identical. Each is smallish and contains the bodies of one or two dead mice. All three cages also glow a subtle blue. You touch the cage, not minding the sharp tingle. The silence in the room changes from the dead, abandoned silence of before to a busy quiet. Animals move in cages, computers hum. Jonas, sitting by the table, observes the mice skittering around their cages and takes notes. Additional notes on Tellerus toxin. He mumbles as he writes, his silver hair swept back. After a short period, the toxin causes the eyes to dilate unevenly, mildly skewing sight. Further, both telurgic abilities and periods of. He pauses, hunting for the right word, even for these private notes. Of instability increase together over time,
Hmm.
and can be advanced in large increments if the target is subjected to some traumatic event. Apparently finished, he neatly piles his notes and leaves. The mice race about madly in their cages, flinging themselves against the bars and each other, their seed-like eyes dilated to the point of deformation. You stare with detached revulsion as one mouse throws itself on the other in the cage, shredding the victim's fur with movements too rapid to follow. The second mouse seems too exhausted to react and lies motionless while the aggressor sinks its teeth deep into its leg. The image fades.
Hmm. So the psychic stuff, what makes people crazy? Got it. Um,
There's a
I feel
smaller.
like there's something wrong with the cabinet. Sorry, go.
Yeah, totally, with the cabinet. Um, there's a small door to the east and a big door to the west. Or I guess it just continues to the west.
Um, I have no preference. We've had a few. So, let's see. There was a door to the east in the last room to the south, and there was, I believe, another one for that, right?
Um, yeah, actually.
I wonder if they're all leading to some big room.
Well, so there's one to south, and that one went to like some scary room.
Gotcha. Right, that was the room that we got into from the bulkhead originally. Gotcha. Um,
No, no, no,
all
no.
right.
So the bulkhead, and then from the bulkhead, there was one more east.
Yeah.
Okay, and that
And
was like some kind of scary room. The south is a toxic room.
uh-huh.
So I'm just
Yeah,
trying
fuck
to
it.
find the edges, kind of.
Yeah, I feel like we can like explore like this wing or whatever, because I feel like if we head west, we're gonna find some new shit.
Medical alcove. The dominating element of this small cube is the color white. The walls are white. The stiff bed by the east wall is covered in white sheets. The counter sticking out of the wall in the corner looks as though it were carved from snow. Set into the counter is a pale porcelain sink. Even the air smells as if it's been scoured bare. Enameled doors lead to the south and west. You see a red syringe here. Well, get syringe.
Yeah, obviously.
Let's take a look at it while we're at it.
Shoot it into our eyeballs.
The syringe is marked with little red lines for measuring. There's nothing in the red syringe.
Hmm.
Okay. So there's a door to the south, which I can only assume goes to the same room. Um, all right.
Yeah, that leads to the room that is to the east of the last room.
Yes.
Is there anything else we want to check out in here first before we sink?
The bed is a hospital gurney, its wheels removed and its legs bolted to the floor. The impression is that it's a very uncomfortable bed is further strengthened by the hard white sheets that cover it. The sink is set into a white Formica counter in the northeast corner of the room.
All right. Well, none of that's particularly helpful. Maybe can we wear the sheets? Get sheets. God
You
damn
can't
it.
have the bed.
This thing does not want us to wear clothing.
We did go out into literally the Arctic tundra naked,
Oh yeah, that's
more or
a fair
less.
point.
All right, yeah. I guess let's go south.
Yeah, check it out.
Oh, there's a flask.
Who doesn't love a supply closet?
This small circular room holds all manner of boxes and bottles on its recessed shelves. In some of the open boxes, you see new test tubes, vials of unknown chemicals, and the like. One flask in particular catches your eye, emblazoned with the words HS1 hormone in stunning red letters. There are doors on both the west and north walls. The flask seems to contain some dark liquid. Get flask.
Chug flask.
The flask has a long, narrow neck with a tight fitting cap that is embossed with the letters HS1. In the flask, you see some dark liquid. The flask is currently closed.
I feel like it's probably not a good idea.
I mean, my thought was to put the syringe in the flask.
Well, sure, if you want to be boring about it. That's probably what the game wants to know. Do we know what the shit is though?
It is HS1 hormone.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Maybe save before we do anything with this flask.
there's no saving. If we die, we die. Also, we
Ah.
learned what the undo command is. Um, the shelves set into the walls contain all the supplies needed to run a small hospital, though many of the items look unfamiliar and slightly dangerous.
Fuck it, drink the flask. Drink the forbidden juice.
Opened. The flask doesn't appear appetizing. How? All right. How would you fill the syringe? Like what?
Put syringe in flask.
That won't fit through the narrow neck of the flask.
Oh, what the fuck? What about full syringe with liquid?
You pour the fluid into the red syringe, leaving a thin, dark film still inside the flask.
I'm pretty sure that's not how you're supposed to do it, but whatever. Okay, so we still have the flask. I wonder. I wonder if we're meant to put something in there later to like mix it. Okay, well that was a productive little excursion.
I'm gonna type something.
Doug, I have a bad feeling about this.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
No, just fucking do it. We have undo. Like,
You ease the needle into your arm and depress the plunger. Almost immediately, you feel a writhing burn in your nerves as your heartbeat speeds up. You find yourself taking unnaturally deep breaths and blinking rapidly. The world slows down a bit after the initial shock, but you notice that your hand is clenched in a fist so strong it could probably twist steel.
Oh, sick. We're roided up.
Okay. I don't think that was wise, but I'm good. Is there anything else in
Hmm.
this room?
Look again. Yeah. Bottles and boxes. Nah. I mean, you could try checking the bottles and boxes. Oh, do we need to get a test tube? I guess we already have a flask. Like, and this game has been pretty good about not hiding shit in description nouns.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, it says test tube right there in the room description. All right, yeah.
All right. Yep. Yep. Well, do we want to explore the? That's good though because at least I've found a nice little cul-de-sac instead of being like, here's a whole new area for you to explore. Um.
So we can go back to the room right outside the bulkhead and go east, or we can head back up to the lab and go west.
I'm thinking the lab.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
I mean, there. My main thinking is that these are like the glass doors are different,
Mm-hmm.
and that's mildly frightening to me.
Yeah, there's definitely something scary to that south door.
This is the center of a large gray hall, something like a cross between the hospital operating room and a chemistry lab. Across the north wall is a bank of dark computers, while what you think is an electron microscope sits next to the south wall, silently glowing blue. In the center of the room is another large metal table covered with balances, tubes, and scales. The lab extends away to the east and west. I know this is supposed to be tabula rasa. What does an electron microscope look like to you?
Oh, that's a fantastic question.
Like, how would you know that it's an electron microscope?
I mean, I guess just like a microscope, but real fancy.
I guess.
Silent. We both Google image search electron microscope. Holy shit, those fuckers are big.
Yeah, no, they're like giant. They're giant. They're big. Um,
Maybe check their computers. I guess that they're if they're turned off. Turn on damn computer.
you flip the power switches on each machine, but nothing happens. Looking closer, you see the wires have been neatly cut, rendering the machines useless.
Hmm.
No, I want to lug a friggin' Mac Performa all around and just be like, see, this was the best computer of its time. Um, you can't have the computers. Well, I guess let's touch the thing that it wants us to touch.
Flashback time.
No, no, I want to look at this electron microscope. What is its description of it first? The large machine has several controls, a number of small doors, and a large screen, all of which are entirely incomprehensible to you. You recognize it from some distant memory as an electron microscope.
Okay, fair enough.
As,
We would check the. Oh,
as you touch the machine, its screen fills with static, which slowly resolves to images of tightly coiled cone-shaped helices. David and Brett stare at the screen, adjusting its focus. Well, that's it. The thing we've concentrated on for several months since before you came here, the Tellerus. Why is it all pointed at one end like that? Asked David, zooming in on one twisted shape. It's an endless progression. Each twist of the helix is smaller than the last, down and down, to a point that not even an electron scope can see. So where does it end? There's no reason to believe it ever does. Why must you be so cryptic? Asked David, a hint of petulance in his demand. Brett sighs quietly. I don't want to fight with you, David. We've had enough of that. Let's just accept that we have different reasons for being here and try to live with it. Why are you here if you hate it so much? Because I want to know, says Brett, frustrated. David raises his eyebrows and Brett nods. I would like to say that I came here for purely altruistic reasons, the bettering of mankind. And that is partly true, but only partly. I came here because I, more than anyone, I think, have a desire to know, to stare God in the face and see what his powers truly are, and what powers we have given him. David stares at the man, stunned by his vehemence. I thought you were afraid of God. I am afraid of man, answers Brett. I am awed by God, but not humbled. I designed this station. I named it Babel, certain that the original tower had fallen due to human error. I thought we could reach heaven. Then why do you hold back? Because it is a fool's errand. To define God is impossible. Like the helix, it is an infinite path, and every step we take on it makes it longer. With every move we make to outline the powers of God, he becomes that much more powerful. I know
What?
there is no end, but something in me, some demonic curiosity, drives me forward, holding out the vain hope that this time will be different. And so the tower grows taller and less stable. Brett sinks into a nearby chair, weary. He looks towards the microscope and says, You see, the tower has grown heavy with futility, and I fear it may fall. Suddenly, the microscope screen goes black and the two doctors are gone.
Okay.
Yeah, all these people are crazy and evil.
Yeah.
Except for,
The lady.
Zed and the lady. Rip Torn and the lady are pure hearted people just doing their jobs.
um. Also, I'm pretty sure that really wasn't the point of the Tower of Babel story.
Yeah. I'm like searching my knowledge. I'm not gonna question it. North wall is computers. Nothing to the south. Go west?
Yeah, check the screen on the microscope. It's probably blank, but just in case.
Yep. Blank.
Yeah. All right. Okay. West.
You are standing at the far western end of the lab hall, which runs back east. A heavy bulkhead dominates the southwest corner of the room, while a staircase along the south wall leads down. In the middle of the room, two steel tables have been pushed together to form a larger surface, apparently used for dissection. At the moment, two frogs lay open on the table, the formaldehyde barely keeping the dying scent of decay. Over the rest of the table are various dissecting implements and a pair of simple microscopes that are glowing blue. You see an amber marked syringe here.
All right. Get frog.
You have no desire to touch the dead frogs. You were wrong, sir. Like so many things in the lab, these frogs seem to have been abandoned. Their examiners called away on some other, more urgent business. The frog's intestines, though reeking of preserving fluid, are beginning to discolor, and another putrid odor hangs about the dead creatures.
Hmm. All right. Eat frog.
The frogs isn't something you can eat.
Only if you're a fucking quitter. All right, let's look up the syringe.
The amber syringe. The syringe is
Whoa.
marked with little amber lines for measuring. There's nothing in the amber syringe.
Uh-oh. I hope we didn't blow our wad too soon injecting the flask stuff.
I don't know. I think it's better to not. I think we're good.
Okay.
Over the rest of the table are various dissecting implements and a pair of simple microscopes that are glowing blue.
I guess check out the microscopes.
There
Shouldn't touch.
is a bulkhead. I have not updated my map. Did I read this? Heavy bulkhead dominates the southwest corner of the room, while a staircase along the south wall leads down. Okay. Um, the bulkhead is made of heavy steel and covered with warning stickers. It is closed tight. Next to the bulkhead is a sturdy release lever and a small blinking light. I meant the X bulkhead release
Yeah.
light.
Try green, maybe?
This heavy lever is set into the wall next to the bulkhead. Printed above it is the word release. And a small light next to it indicates that it is operational. Oh, that was the light. Okay. Light burns from the white tubes that run along the ceiling, bathing the steel walls with a freezing glare. Hey,
I'm gonna say
everybody.
the end's pretty good. Like this is really good writing, especially for this time period.
Yeah, I'd be curious, like, what else, what was, like, going on at this point. Because I haven't played too much from this time.
Mm.
But, like, I think about, like I tried to play the Hitchhiker's Guide game,
Oh god.
and like it just didn't have this same like, oh, okay, so long as I'm mapping what I'm doing and I have like a list of who I'm talking about, like I know where I'm going. Like that game that you sent me that was I forget what it was called, but the one where you were like a doctor trying to track down the plague.
Oh yeah, absolutely fantastic.
Like that one had such like a good, oh, okay, you go here next,
Yeah.
like narratively. And it also did a lot around like, cool, when you say X light, it knows which light you're talking about because it's the only light that makes sense for you to look at.
Yeah, parser uh how parser architecture and like avoiding the guess the verb syndrome is one of the bigger frustrations in making especially this kind of text adventure. That's why Twine was such a revolution, but yeah, I have to say, like, for how old this is, it plays really smoothly. Tads too. Fuck me. Um. All right. I guess touch the microscopes. I don't see anything else in here to do.
You place your hand on the cold metal of the microscope, and the layout of the table changes. Where the dissection trays were are now delicate machines and coils of clear piping. A tall metal cylinder spills over with white mist, covering the table with a thin billowing cloud. David stands hunched over the microscopes, oblivious of as Alexis enters from the bulkhead. She stands there for a few moments, waiting for him to look at her. Finally, she briskly clears her throat. David looks up, startled. Oh, I didn't know you were here, he stammers, looking nervously between her and the equipment. Is there something you wanted? There is a pause for just a moment, the air abruptly tense, and then Alexis speaks, fast and angry. No, I suppose not. I thought that you might want to talk, but apparently I was wrong. David looks at her wide-eyed, taken aback by her sudden bitterness. You've hardly spoken to me in weeks. No, you, you've hardly spoken to me in weeks. Night after night, you're in here alone. Why don't you at least tell me about what you're doing? I thought you valued my ideas. I thought we were. She stops, biting her lip. I thought we were teammates at least. Something. But. She stops and looks down through the floor. David sighs heavily, then slowly turns towards the table. He reaches delicately into the cylinder and takes out something small and violet. I just wanted them to be a surprise, that's all, he says as he hands her the object. I wanted to get done in time for your birthday. I didn't mean. He looks up at her, embarrassed and hurt. Alexis stares at the object with curiosity and amazement. Lilacs. These are lilacs. Where did you. I made them, stammers David, looking up at her. I knew you liked them, but there aren't any here, so. His words are cut short as Alexis embraces him, the lilacs held carefully in one hand. David holds her closer, smiling gratefully as the vision fades away.
Oh my god.
Well, I guess that's why the vase mattered.
Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh, that's a little bit of environmental storytelling there. Okay. Wait, aren't these like the most fancy scientists in the entire? Why are they dissecting frogs if they're in bio class?
They had to do a Zoom lesson to a small biology class.
Sorry, kid. Miss Fitzgibbons is out with COVID, so super secret black scientists.
So these are our guest lecturers for the day. Lecturers? This is like middle school.
All right. Excuse me. Marijuana? My text adventures? No. Okay, we can go at the bulkhead in the southwest, or we can go down, yeah?
Yeah, so the bulkhead. The bulkhead to the southwest, unless I got all of my angles confused. Um, does not connect to anything that
Well,
we've
let's see.
seen. All right, pull lever. Done. The bulkhead slides open.
Oh, shit. This is where we started.
Okay. So it is. So
Nice.
I had everything backwards. Okay, cool.
Did we try the card reader in the opening room?
I don't think we did.
Alright, let's fucking check it out.
Isn't there a machine here?
Yeah, I get the feeling that thing with the buttons is like the final puzzle.
Yeah. Okay. Put card in slot. The door slides shut. Oh, we did do this because that's the other records room.
Oh. As long as we're in here, is there anything we need to ask the computer about? Do we learn anything new?
Um.
Ask about toxins. Um,
Oh,
hmm.
HS1, hysterical strength hormone, causes rapid excitement of the sympathetic nervous system, leading to dramatic short-term gains in strength and agility, safe for human use.
Hmm.
Okay.
Oh shit. The bathroom door.
Oh, all right. Is there anything else we want to ask about?
Uh, syringe? Nah. Fuck you, Hosea. Um, yeah, no, I got nothing.
All right, cool.
So was the thinking that David used the Teleris on himself then, and made himself all crazy like?
I think he used everything. Well,
Uh,
they tested something on him.
on David?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh shit, was that the implication of the human trial? I completely missed that.
No, no, there was one of the at least I thought that's what it meant cuz like yeah, they talk about the human trial and then Brett runs in babbling about Jabberwocky. So like
Uh-huh.
nothing after starting talking about this human trial. And then there was that argument that uh Jonas and Alexis had about like how she was like too close to the project or whatever.
Mm. Oh, this is very yeah, this is getting very dark. Um okay, so as far as places to go next, we still have the down staircase in that last lab. We have the south and east doors in the east room,
Yeah.
and I'm almost sure that our super strength will let us rip open that closed bathroom door in David's room.
Let's head to the bathroom. Let's take a pit stop at the power room and see if we can't connect the battery.
Ooh, good call. Yeah, yeah.
All right, let's get out of here. South, 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 east. Connect battery to power. Mm, okay. Okay. Maybe that's just like flavor text that will explain when the power cuts out inexplicably somewhere.
What's up with that slit on the battery? Can you X-slit?
There's a thin opening between the lid and the sides.
Are you supposed to put something in there? Oh, this seems like a bad idea. Don't do this at home, kids.
Oh, you'll have to open the battery first. Well, shit. You can't do that with that. Okay, so open battery with screwdriver,
Yeah.
revealing the
You
greenish acid inside.
Okay, so we're supposed to melt something. Oh, good call.
No dice.
Drink acid.
Okay, well, so the battery is not to be used as a battery, it's to be used as a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the door sticks a bit, but you were able to push it open with the added strength from the hormone injection.
Ah, god damn, I'm good.
As you enter the room, you feel an almost physical shock. Your stomach tenses, your hair stands along your neck. Why is it? The only furnishings of the room are a toilet, a sink, and a tiny shower, all in white. There's something missing. On the tile wall where the mirror ought to be is a ragged, blood-stained frame. Something, with apparently great force, must have ripped the mirror right off the wall and cut itself in the process. Your eyes follow the bloody trail across the pristine tile, see the mirror on the floor, partially hidden by the toilet, its surface smeared with dried blood. The tension in your body increases, and you notice a steady ache in your hands, slowly radiating out from a long cut you hadn't noticed before. Feel a need to move back west into the bedroom and out of this tight space.
X mirror, X mirror.
Whoa! Alright, I'm gonna go back to my hand real quick. The cut runs from the last joint of your thumb across the whole back of your left hand. The cut, though not deep, is wide and only just beginning to heal. So, looking at the mirror, your body trembles as you kneel on the icy tiles and look down into the blood misted depths of the mirror. For a moment, all you can make out are streaks and shadows. Then the image clears with terrible recognition. Staring back at you from beneath the blood is a terrified young man, with blonde hair framing a face itself stained red. Suspicions crystallize into facts. You recognize the face from the visions. David Tellurian, the new arrival.
Dun
You.
dun dun.
Your eyes, widely and unevenly dilated, gaze with empty horror. You are this man, and yet you do not know him. Your mind searches desperately for one memory to connect you with this pale and blood spattered face. Nothing comes. Shock. The void opens before you. Your head falls back onto the tile. Memory. You remember boiling with rage and power, seeing your face in the mirror, the face of a lunatic, ripping the mirror from the wall, cutting your hand and smearing the blood, shattering every other mirror you could find, pacing, waiting. You awake on the hard tile floor, dazzled by the whiteness of the walls. Your head pulses with pain, each bone in you trembles. Slowly you stand.
Hmm. Well, we weren't bred after all.
Get mirror.
So the question is, I guess, did we do this to ourselves, or was it done to us?
Yeah, like what? Well, all right.
Hang on. Go, yeah, go back to David's room. There's something
Okay.
new in the description.
Oh, damn.
I'm glad that I caught that.
Whoa, nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
Two objects in the room. The broken bookcase and the table glow snowy blue. The bookcase slightly brighter than the table.
Yeah, there was a blurb when you first entered the room again, and like you're surprised to see something else glowing. You assume that the with the mirror must have increased your psychic powers. So I guess we gotta touch the bookcase then.
Good catch. Touch. Bookcase. The glass shards sparkle as the cracks disappear and the glass is made whole again. You hear weeping and look up to see David on the bed, his body trembling with quiet sobs. Alexis is beside him, her arm on his shoulders. The look on her face, though unseen by David, is filled with the same frustration and sorrow. It's gone so wrong, he says, his voice distorted by tears. I wanted to make it work, to prove my worth, to do something. But now, I don't know what I am. More and more, I just black out. And there's such power and rage and God! Alexis bites her lip and tries to grasp his hands. They keep talking, fast and oblivious. The worst part is finding out. I don't know what I've done, and then I see the damage I've caused, and it comes back to me in fragments like little needles. Brett was right. We've gone too far. I've crossed the line. The silence is embarrassing after the torrent of words. We've got to make it stop. Mute, Alexis nods slowly. The antitoxin? He asks. They've got to be ready now. They can't need more proof. Alexis opens her mouth and tries to say something, but only a dry rattle comes out. She coughs harshly and starts again, her speech very slow and cautious. That's what I came here to tell you, David. Jonas decided. She stops, David's eyes on her. She focuses her head down and mumbles. Jonas decided that the tests were sufficient. We should be able to administer in a few days. David's entire body melts with relief. He reaches out to embrace Alexis, but she stands and turns away. David looks up at her, a question forming on his lips. No, she says, suddenly cutting him off. This wasn't it. Jonas can't. She pauses, breathes deeply, and continues, her voice mechanical, her eyes locked on the wall. Jonas says that the experiment has to be finished no matter what the results are. Silence. He refuses to formulate the antitoxin. She turns to see David, who has stood up in shock. He sent me to tell you, and she stands frozen as though David's wide eyes had turned her to stone. She forces out the words, and to lock you in your room until he needs you. David stands motionless while Alexis trembles by the door. She takes David's key and ID card from the dresser and backs into the hall, her eyes never leaving the figure by the bed. I'm sorry, she whispers, then again whispering at every step back, never getting louder. She leaves the room and shuts the door. You hear the lock click and Alexis suddenly crying through the steel door. I'm sorry. David shudders, then, like a thread breaking, swings around and puts his fist through the glass doors of the bookcase. The glass shatters and you stand alone in the room. Okay.
Damn. Let's look at the calendar and see when that was.
Yeah. Before the first vision. Interesting.
Hmm. All right. Um. Hmm.
Well, I guess it's time to go. I guess it's time to go into the other rooms.
Yeah, I think you're right. You gonna check the kitchen real quick?
Sure.
Just because, yeah, there there's other memories that we can access.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Nice.
Um.
Recheck every goddamn room here.
Oh God. That's where they get you. Man, I actually looked up what the max possible score is. 'Cause that's up in the top right, that 15.
What? We've only gotten 15 goddamn points.
It's only like 25 total points, if I remember right.
Oh, okay, total. Right, because we made 447 moves. Okay.
So shoot, which one did we look at before? Was it the counter or the table?
Yeah. We touched the counter before.
Nice. You press your fingers to the hard metal of the table, which flashes to life on contact. On each of the four sides, one of the scientists, looking serious and tense. Jonas speaks, covering the tension with authority. As you all know, the Teller's toxin, easily the most unique and perhaps the most astounding development to come from this lab, has finally been perfected. The antitoxin too has been completed. However, there is a major obstacle in our path. He looks at the faces around the table. It's obvious they all know this, that he is recapping for formality's sake. We must learn exactly what the effects on caloric capacity are from this drug before we can send it to other facilities outside this station. We simply cannot get this information from animal testing alone. We need to perform a human trial. He looks again from face to face, pacing himself. The administrative agency, unwilling to allow a test subject to enter the Babel station, has been quite clear regarding the necessary course of action. Another pause, another look. I'm asking, doctors, for a volunteer.
I'm not a STEM lord, but I don't think that's how any of this works.
I mean, what? They're in the Arctic. Where do you find another person? Nobody just walks in.
I presumably where the fucking other four people came from.
They established that you can't just like plunk a human being.
Hmm.
No one moves for a long moment. Finally, his face betraying nothing, David says, "All right, there's no other way around it. I'll do it." Alexis gasps, but he does not respond, staring straight ahead at Jonas. Brett turns to him, his calm shattered. "Are you insane? Do you realize? Be quiet, Dr. Owen," states Jonas, his voice pushing down the speaker, while his eyes never leave David's. "I will not be quiet," yells Brett, standing so abruptly you hear the joint of his left leg squeak. "Of all the crack designs you've engaged us in, please, Brett, let me talk," says David calmly. Brett notes, but remains standing. "You all know how I've dreamed to truly do something for science. This is my chance, finally. Obviously, I see it's dangerous, but we all need something that we're willing to risk our lives for. Something we can honestly believe in, and this is what I believe. Please, don't take it from me. I volunteer." Neither Jonas or Brett see it, but you catch in your peripheral vision as David reaches over under the table and takes Alexis's hand. Her face staying solemn, as it has through all this, she desperately grabs his hand with hers. Jonas nods and she shudders. Thank you, David, says Jonas, his tone flat as always. Everything is prepared. We shall begin the trial tomorrow. His voice takes on a hint of inflection, almost grandeur, as he continues rising. What we do here will be a boon to humanity beyond all reckoning, a marvel of true science for the future and the purpose of bettering mankind. The vision
Uh-huh.
abruptly ends, the table deserted. So, to answer your question, we signed up for this.
Well, shit. You spend all that goddamn time in school, you pay all those fucking student loans, it's $250,000 brain, and you're just gonna pickle it in some experimental chemical? Like, if you work for a shady ass agency, they can just import some, like, I mean, sorry. Like, Black Ops agencies have their ways of getting hands on test subjects nobody will miss. Like,
I mean,
what I'm saying is a waste of brain.
yes.
Well, at least they didn't do it to us, I guess. What else do we got here? I guess we can go to the, uh,
Your thoughts were exactly right. I just checked Brett's room. The mattress now glows blue among the tangled sheets.
check the mattress.
Touch mattress. Come on. Come on. Validate the hinted at and then immediately tossed away love triangle. Your vision is filled by a flapping flash of white as someone rips the sheets from the bed. As the sheets fall to the floor, you see Jonas searching the bed with unnatural haste. Behind him, Alexis is systematically going through piles of books. It must be here. He must have written it down, mutters Jonas. He could never remember anything. He knew his Bible to the letter, answers Alexis, not looking up. Without pausing in his search, Jonas replies, Alexis, do not mock me. You have ruined everything. We must work together now to get out of this situation. But do not think I have forgiven you. Why do we need to find the combination anyway? So the main gate is locked. If we're leaving, we won't need to use it anymore. Because Brett might want to use it again. Unless we change the combination, which we can't do until we know what the current combination is. You can fly up here at any time and have access to all of this. This is a dangerous place. We cannot have it in the hands of a lunatic. It is in the hands of a lunatic, says Alexis, making a sound you might mistake for a laugh. Brett was probably the sanest of us all. He got out. I should have followed while I had the chance. Apparently giving up on his search of the bed, Jonas rounds sharply on Alexis. Show me the note again. Alexis hands him a slip of paper, which he reads quickly and then throws in the corner. And he said nothing more when he came to you? I told you already. He came in the middle of the night, woke me, gave me the letter, and left me without saying anything. Oh, this is long.
Oh, Jesus.
It's still hard for me to believe that you let him go without alerting me. If you hadn't waited until this morning to tell me, we might have had a chance of detaining him here. That's why I didn't tell you. Finally, the thin ice of the conversation cracks, and Jonas violently pushes over the dresser, shouting, Everything is ruined now. If we'd still had the three of us here, we could have cleared things up and gone on. It would have been difficult, but possible. With only the two of us here, however, we are not enough to deal with the problems that have arisen. We have no option but to flee, leaving all of our precious work behind in this ice-bound casket. There are more important things than these experiments. What about us? Shouts Alexis, standing eye to eye with Jonas. There is a pause, Jonas almost spilling over with rage. Alexis does not back down, however, and he slowly seems to regain his composure, his malice gone. His lip trembles slightly, but Alexis doesn't seem to notice. All I know are my orders now. That is all I have to go on. To seal off Babel and bring us both of us home, unharmed. There is another pause before the implication settles. And what of David? Alexis asks, suddenly gripping the old man's arm. Jonas gently removes her hand and replies, The agency has decided, and I agree with them. That is not an acceptable risk to aid him. There is no way we can safely take him out of here. He has degenerated too far. What do you mean? Asked Alexis, open mouthed. All we need to do is mix the components, radiate the antitoxin, and administer it. Jonas answers evenly. We don't have the time to find out the necessary intensity of radiation to activate it. It's at setting 414. I've been testing. Against my direct orders, his irritation is readily apparent, but his control shows that he expected this. Even so, there's too much risk
Hmm.
involved. He continues unabashed. Attempting to administer the formula while he's in this state could prove fatal, and the antitoxin is intrinsically unstable. It would probably degenerate by the time you could get near him. Moreover, have you considered how weird to get a sample of the Tellerus, since the Jabberwocky toxin has been released into the sample gallery? There's a way. There's got to be. Perhaps. However, it is not a viable solution in this crisis situation. There is no time, and because I knew you would try this, you should know that I have destroyed the key to the cabinet containing the antitoxin base and its formula. It would have been too dangerous any other way. There is no choice now. He too must be entombed here with the rest of the monsters. Alexis's eyes distort and she opens her mouth to scream. You see her start to lunge forward, poised to attack. But the image clear up to this point suddenly cuts off before the sound can escape her lips.
Why wouldn't you just destroy the formula and the base?
Uh, New note. You can just barely make out the ghastly handwriting. It reads, I cannot bring myself to stay here an hour more. I am taking one of the helicopters and leaving immediately. If you desire to join me and escape this madhouse, you are surely welcome. Meet me by the main entrance within 30 minutes. If you are not there at the end of that time, I must leave without you, for I fear not only my sanity here, but my very life. We have reached too close to the heavens, and God has struck us down. I wish I had never begun on this path of lunacy, nor allowed Jonas to prod me further down it, once I realized the hell to which it leads. May God show mercy on you.
I have to say, it's. I know it's wrong, but I'm kind of loving the writing on this dialogue. It's very like, as you know, sire, your father, the king.
Yeah, it's also like I've heard this sort of compared to the Abyss a lot, and I just other than the awesome like special effects in the Abyss, the only other thing I remember from the Abyss is like just the writing is so like declarative in that same kind of way, like exactly
Mm.
what you're saying. And just like, yes, we are doing important things, things that are important.
All right, so this is the final puzzle then. So we need to open the cabinet to get the formula. We need to get a sample from the lab with the toxin in it, and then we need to irradiate it with setting 414. Thank you, convenient flashback.
Please be a shorter thing. You feel a strong surge up your arm, and the figures of Jonas, Alexis, and Brett form the room with you, clear and well defined. Feel tension pulling in the air, and you realize you're witnessing the middle of a fight. Exactly what are you saying? Brett says, taking one slow step towards Jonas. Don't look at me like that, he replies, staring the taller man down. The decision is not mine. It never was mine. The words aren't even out of his mouth when Alexis explodes in rage. You could have at least told us, and you were obligated to tell David. You have deceived him as well as Brett and me, and it could mean his death. You have no right to refuse him the antitoxin. I disagree, Dr. Stevenson. I'm under direct orders from the administrative agency, which unquestionably gives me the right. While I understand your point, there is nothing to be done about it now, so please lower your voice. His tone is as solid as ice, and he stares at Alexis with the eyes of Arctic calm. Brett takes half a step back. Alexis seethes but holds her tongue. What is imperative now, continues Jonas, is that David must not find out what is going on. He's already markedly dangerous, and inflammation such as this could be disastrous. Brett moves to reply, but Alexis's voice flatly cuts him off. And how long are we to allow this to go on? Until the toxin runs its complete course. The tests indicate that cannot be any longer than a few weeks. Brett speaks, nearly babbling, his panic showing through. But if he slid this far in 8 days, who knows what? He stops short as Alexis, in a voice that allows no others, asks, and if the test suggests complete mental breakdown or death will occur once the toxin is allowed to run full course, then our results will be proved and we will be able to move on with the project. Here Jonas pauses for argument, but none comes, the others shocked into silence. He calmly begins to gather together the papers on his desk. So to summarize, despite David's request, we are not to formulate nor administer any antitoxin. If his pleas do become violent, we may inject a placebo, but nothing more. Those are our orders. Hate me if you will, but it is my responsibility as the leader of this project to obey. He turns to face Alexis, but she has already started out the door, her face slack as if anesthetized. Keep a close watch on her and report to me, Jonas whispers to Brett, who turns and limps out of the room. The vision fades.
Huh. Alright, that didn't really tell us much useful.
Yeah, nothing new. When is all this happening?
Yeah, look at the calendar. Okay, so David volunteers on the 12th. And then, yeah, 8 days later, he. Ugh.
So the whole plan was to be a few weeks from like a week from them escaping. 4 days.
Alright.
Wait, what do you mean I can't go that way?
So I got a dip in like 15 minutes to grab Randall from work, but I'm coming right back and would be down to finish this, but I know it's late for you.
Oh no, I mean, I'm so close. I am gonna finish this. Um,
Uh,
feel free to just pop back on.
that sounds good. I mean, I'm not going yet. I go. He gets off at 9.
Oh,
Um,
cool. Yeah. All right.
what's our inventory?
Oh, I am in Alexis's room. That's the room I wanted to be. Um,
Uh,
gown,
glowing.
Bible, ID card, metal key, the flowers, the sketchbook, a calendar, a screwdriver, a battery that's open, a
Mm-hmm.
red syringe, a flask, and an amber syringe.
Oh, acid on the cabinet.
Okay. On which cabinet?
The one back in the lab, that was locked with the padlock that
Yes.
Jonas that he destroyed the key to.
Yeah, there's nothing in Alexis's room that we need to type that I need to touch. Excellent. Great. Let's go. Let me just double check that.
Yeah.
Yes. Cool. Great. There was a lot of extremely good world building and writing and all of that. That was also a lot of reading. All right, so you said so yeah, there's down so total exits left. We have down from the end of the lab,
Yep.
and then we have the glass doors
The glass door is, yeah, to the east.
and south. All right. North, east, 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 north, north.
Yeah.
Gotten any ideas on good verbs for this?
Oh boy. Melt ring. Uh, Pour acid on lock. Pour acid on ring. Oh, fuck you. Pour acid on metal. Oh, hinges.
Nice.
All right.
Get file. We might have soft locked ourselves.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe not actually, because I'm worried that injecting the uh, red hormone might have been but this doesn't seem like something where you'd soft lock, like where you would get to a point where you can't move forward. But
Yeah, I
maybe.
mean, oh, I wonder if we could have ripped the door off the hinges with our super strength too.
Probably. Papers are covered with diagrams and formulae that you can't completely follow. Gist of it seems that the Tellerus toxin and the antitoxin base will stay separate like oil and vinegar till thoroughly mixed. When the particles are thus intermingled, radiation at a level unspecified in the notes will activate the compound and form an antitoxin that can reverse the effects of the Tellerus within 15 to 45 minutes. The antitoxin is unstable, however, and will degenerate back into its base and toxin components shortly after radiation if it's not injected. You'd have to remix and re radiate. Okay, so we have the base. Cool. We have plenty of battery acid. All the things that we need.
Hooray! All things that really anybody needs in life.
Well, down?
Let's touch the shelf.
Oh, good call. As you bend and touch the metal shelf, you instantly see two people in your periphery. Without standing up, fearing it would disrupt the image, you can make out Jonas's angled frame to your left and David's smaller one to your right. Its hands are down, holding the vial and notes that were in the cabinet when you first opened it. You notice the cabinet door is back on its hinges. Well, that's basically all there is, says David, shuffling slowly through its notes. We've perfected the Tellerus toxin, and all the antitoxin needs is to combine this base with a sample of the toxin and radiate it. I'll figure out at what level tomorrow, and that too will be done. Do I detect displeasure in your voice, Dr. Tellurian? In a way, yes, says David, putting the base back and the notes in the cabinet and shutting the door, which passes through your bent body without any effect. I'm upset that we won't see it go any farther. The administrative agency won't send a subject for human tests, which they may be justified in doing. All this development will have been a dead end. At my behest, the agency is reconsidering human testing. With the antitoxin now completed, they may allow it, and even if not, they are still greatly interested in the capabilities of the Tellerus. We shall continue on, one way or another. He slides the lock solidly into the rings on the cabinet, and the vision is gone. Cabinet door hanging open again.
Hmm.
All right.
Hmm.
Basement.
Yeah.
Despite the fluorescent tubes set into the walls, this landing on the staircase seems quite dark. Stairs go both up and down from this landing, and a door leads west.
Ooh. Let's go west.
Got it. This is a drab, low-ceilinged rectangle, its west end becoming an open shower area. Its east end bearing its heavy steel door. Metal bench runs along the north side of the room, while on the opposite wall are steel clothing hooks. The scent of sweat and water sticks in the corners of the room, at once familiar and squalid. Oddly, the bench is shining in the dim light. You see a radiation suit here.
For God's sake, please let us wear the suit.
The suit appears to be made of shimmering vinyl like tinfoil and is sealed at each joint and seam. Get suit. The suit is too
Wear
heavy to carry. As
wear
you,
suit.
as you pick up the suit, a green plastic card that was in the pocket falls to the floor.
Ah, sweet.
It is a plain card of green plastic embossed with the word safety and a pattern of bumps. You hear a distant metallic voice say, "Warning, main power supply very low. Repeat, main power supply very low."
I think that's probably just flavor text. I don't remember any card readers we haven't opened up yet, do you?
No, but that I bet that will open because the toxin room had
Oh,
like a
yeah.
ton of things on it that were like, this isn't gonna open.
I gotta
Where
probably your
suit?
radiation suit.
Okay, now you're wearing the radiation suit.
Oh, thank fucking God.
Oh, get card for sure. Get
Touch, I guess, and
green
then I
card. X bench. Touch bench. You touch the bench. The shock's so usual by now that you hardly notice it. And in the room with you are Brett and David, slipping out of silver radiation suits into their lab uniforms. Then something happens. Out of the blue, without a sound, David crumples to the ground, his lab coat spread around him on the floor. "Are you okay?" asks Brett, kneeling, frantic. It seems this is not the first time this has happened. David does not reply, at least for a moment. Then the growling begins. It seems to come from David's body, but its deep, manic resonance is not human. Brett begins to back towards the door, his shirt still unbuttoned. David! David! For a moment there is silence, then David jerks back, his hands over his eyes, screaming. The sound is amplified by the odd acoustics of the room, and you reach up instinctively to cover your ears from the inhuman sound. But it continues on inside your head, unchanged. The scream seems to go on far longer than could be possible. Then David collapses again, heaving and growling. Frozen Brett crouches, one hand on the door. God have mercy, for we are sinned. The tower is falling. We have. He does not finish as David, his eyes dilated and twisted, lunges at the other scientist. With frantic speed, Brett scurries out, slamming the steel door. David hits it direct, hard, and slumps to the ground. What is happening to me? Oh my God, what is happening? And then the room is empty. When did that happen? The day before, refusing to administer the antitoxin.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It's like none of these mad scientists on an Arctic base have ever actually seen a movie base.
Right? Like, that is, I think, my, like, one of the biggest things that I don't know the right way to manage in any fiction is, like, how have you not seen The Abyss? Like, I don't care what year this takes place in. Like, how are you not like, this seems a lot like The Abyss? It sounds like a very bad situation. Like, we should be on guard about this.
I cannot say I've ever seen The Abyss, but I'm sure as shit gonna put it on the list now.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure if I'm thinking of The Abyss or The Thing.
The thing is the classic mad scientist set in an Arctic. Well, not mad scientist. Burly men who don't trust each other. I'll watch that over Halloween. It's been years since I'd seen it, and God, I forgot what a fucking perfect movie it is. Like, fucking all killer, no filler. There is not a wasted word.
Man, the covers for this are almost exactly the same. No, I'm definitely not thinking of The Abyss, and I'm thinking of The Thing.
Holy shit, you're right. That is fucking hilarious. 1980. Come on, that's not even subtle. Seriously? I was listening to some podcast about the thing. That's where I got my tidbit about the screenwriter, which is one of my favorite facts that I've learned in the and the other thing is that apparently the poster was just like shit, we have to make something for this movie. Get a production artist to do it in like 48 hours. It's fine, it'll be fine. And it is now one of the most iconic movie posters of all time.
I mean, that's the way to do anything. Yeah, it is definitely not The Abyss. I just saw just the screenshot from the. All right, fair. I mean, there's an excellent mustache, for what it's worth.
Sorry, last thing trivia, I swear. Apparently Kurt Russell was like an assistant producer, I don't know, he had some kind of stake in the movie too, and he came in there and he like when Carpenter was setting up all the practical effects, and he was like, I don't know, John, this looks kind of hokey and lame. And John Carpenter apparently goes, no, it's cool. Wait till it gets all the goo on it. It'll look great.
I mean, absolutely. Well, fine. I've been thinking of The Thing the entire time and not The Abyss, even though I've said The Abyss like 5 times. This is what happens.
For The Abyss, like, it's a pretty similar setup.
This is what happens when like you have stars and like USA and TNT and not like DVDs growing up. Or even like VHSs that you didn't tape off stars, USA and TNT.
Okay, this movie sounds bananas though. We should watch The Abyss. All right. Okay, so I guess go down.
Yeah. I guess I have to go
Yeah, to the landing.
back to the landing. Tiny little room. Back to the landing. Down. This room is an elongated oval, with the staircase leading up at one end and the glass hatch at the other. Rather than the fluorescent tubes you've seen in the rest of the station, the room is lit by incandescent bulbs, each surrounded by a mesh cage. Many of these bulbs have burned out, leaving the room prey to milky shadows. The room is empty except a large, slanting control panel near the steps.
Okay. So here's where we irradiate our ocean.
A few steps from the staircase is a broad board covered with all manner of meters and LEDs, as well as a number of controls. Most prominent of these is an oversized black button surrounded by black and yellow stripes and marked Radiate. Also on the control panel are a small blue button, a white switch, a dial, and a card slot with a green plastic outline.
Is it radiate or irradiate? Is it like flammable and inflammable?
Hmm. Okay, wrong kind of blue. I I've always heard irradiate.
Hmm. Well, I mean, I guess the thing that is emitting the radiation waves would be radiating. Whatever. Try pressing the blue button.
As you press the button, you hear a hiss and you see small jets of water spray the alcove behind the hatch.
Okay. Handy if we need to wash anything off, I guess. What about the green card slot?
As you insert the card, there's a loud hissing noise as two panels of plexiglass slide over the hatch at the end of the room.
Hmm.
I'm going to take the green card back.
Yeah.
As you remove the card from the slot, the plexiglass panels over the hatch slide slowly back into the walls.
Okay. What does the dial do?
The dial can be turned to settings numbered from 1 to 600. It's currently set to 1. Oh
Try.
god, 414. The safe opens.
I'm on a little bit of a delay on the screen, so I was like, wait, is he serious? All right. So the panel. Was there anything else on the panel besides the green thing, the blue thing, and the dial and the radiate button?
A white switch?
Oh, what's the switch? What's that all about?
And a hissing noise comes from the hatch. It
Okay,
makes
not
noise.
all right. Well, now that we got our spacesuit on, we can go in the toxin room, huh?
Maybe? No, I'm not so sure. No. Alright. Or all the way to the east.
Yeah,
South.
you can use U and D for directions too.
Hmm.
You gotta go west and south from here, I think.
Oh, right.
There we go.
Oh, wait a minute. Small recess on the east wall.
Yeah, we never checked that recess. Recess?
A transparent panel with the words Paul Filters Alignment etched on it covers the small recesses in the east door. In the recess are three colored sliders which can be set to positions marked 1, 2, and 3. The red slider is currently set at 1, the green slider at 1, and the blue slider at 2. Below the recess is a small blinking button.
What the fuck? The fuck is a
Access.
pole?
Polarity, maybe?
Hmm.
Have we heard anything about this?
Nah, no. Hmm. Uh.
Okay.
Well, I guess we can. Oh wait, it says that there are card readers next to each. Wait, hang on. God damn it. Next to each of the glass doors. Yeah. Maybe try putting the card in the east card slot.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
The only lights in this vast chamber are small yellow bulbs set far apart in the darkness like stars. The light they offer is barely enough for you to make out a staircase going up your left and another going down on your right. The door you entered from is west. Around you in the darkness, you hear chirps and growls that no normal animal could make. They sound hungry? Okay.
Huh. Terran Gallery. Oh god, is this a museum full of, like, toxinized people? Well, no, because there's no other people there. Uh.
Down?
Yeah, I guess. Got other ideas.
It's too dark to safely descend the stairs.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Well, south door.
Try south, yeah.
Put ID card in south door slot. Open south door. Okay. Well, this will be safe. I mean, what is it going to do? Kill me? As you step into the small room, you notice an open vial on the floor marked Jabberwocky toxin. Danger. Fatal. That must have been caused of the warning lights. Make sure your suit is carefully sealed and then look around. This room is very sealed. Um,
Hmm.
this room is quite dim, illuminated only by red lights above and light coming through the glass door to the north, the room's only exit. Inset in the walls are row upon row of brackets holding small glass vials, scores of them, which glitter like stars in the artificial night of the room. Large glass panels slide on tracks over the brackets to protect the fragile looking objects. One open section of brackets right in front of you is surrounded by a sort of metal frame to set it off from the rest. Among the rows of vials is a prominent section containing about 12 brackets and surrounded by a frame to separate it from the rest. The frame is engraved with the words current project. In the framed section, there is only one vial marked Tellerus toxin. Get vial. Get Tellerus vial. I mean, get the broken vial while we're at it.
Yeah, for sure. Once we're out of here, we're going for fucking blood.
So we have the antitoxin base and the Tellerus toxin. Do we need to mix those two? Is that what it was?
No, we need to mix the vase and the toxin and then irradiate both of them.
In short order.
Yeah.
All right. So that it in this room?
Seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, all right.
Go ask the I feel like there's something we're not solving with this east door though. Like it wouldn't be implemented if it wasn't a puzzle that we needed to.
Yeah, totally. What was that called? The Terran Gallery?
Yeah.
All right.
And the things and the buttons were the pull filters.
Got you. Wait, wrong way. North, east, east, north. Ask Hosea about Terran Gallery? Gallery. The Babel station contains an extensive atrium of cages. The maintenance of study specimens. The amount of light entering the gallery from the dome over it can be adjusted by large polarizing filters controlled near the door. A second gallery, containing toxins and viruses, is located nearby.
What's a gallery of viruses? Ask about
Gallery
light.
lenses.
Oh,
Illumination of the atrium gallery can be controlled by adjusting the alignment of the polarizing lenses over the door and completely blocked by setting any two of the three lenses to the same alignment.
oh,
So they just all need to be different.
okay.
All right. Straightforward. There we go.
This is really necessary.
Okay, it's now set to 3. As you slide the switch into position, the polarizing filters on the dome of the gallery open, filling the room with dazzling light that washes through the glass door of the gallery into the junction.
Yay.
You're standing on a circular metal walkway midway between the floor and ceiling of a vast cylindrical room. Staircases down to the floor and up to another walkway curve along the walls to your left and to your right, and a sliding glass door leads west into the hall. Easily the most stunning thing about the room is the light, which cascades down from above and trickles over the matrices of glass and steel that make up the walls. Looking closer, you can see that these are cages. Hundreds of cages of each size and geometry. Most appear empty, but some have their odd inmates. You see both recognizable lab animals like rabbits and dogs, as well as other creatures. You stare at slithering shadows from out of your nightmares and blue balls of fur huddled in clusters. All the creatures seem to be emaciated and ill from neglect. You realize those that you thought were only sleeping are probably dead.
Examine the clusters.
Boo.
Boo.
How dare you say that there's a blue small creature in a ball and it not be a hedgehog?
Open the cages, maybe?
Oh,
That seems
that's.
like maybe a good idea.
I don't know how.
Hmm.
Yep.
Alright, well, up or down?
Went down. This
Oh, we
is
went down, sorry.
the aquatic gallery. Oh, so Terran and then aquatic. You were standing at the bottom of a large well-like room, its shimmering walls stretching to the shining dome far above. The walls here are not made of cages, but tanks filled with water and other liquids. This is not a normal aquarium, however, for among the familiar anemones are other creatures, half organic and half mechanical by their looks. The stairway curves up past a dark tank to the level above. In the center of the floor, you see a faint patch of blue light. As you come into
Well,
the contact with the strangely shaped patch of light, it resolves itself into a spreading pool of dark liquid, then fades altogether. From far above you, you hear voices in heated argument. Though the voices garbled horribly, you recognize the metal monotone of the first speaker as Jonas. You don't think you've ever heard the second speaker. And just what do you intend on doing, Dr. Thorne? Disregarding direct orders from the administration agency? Jonas, what you were suggesting is not only completely immoral, it's fundamentally against natural law.
gasp.
It's a direct order. We're not to judge such things, only to carry them out. I've had enough of just carrying things out. Listen to Brett for once. We've developed things here that could wreak absolute chaos on mankind. It has to stop somewhere, and human tests for the Tellerus toxin, which we haven't even perfected yet, will be that line for me. Will it now? Silas falls down the shaft. In that case, it is my absolute duty to this project and to the administrative agency to replace you with someone who will be more conducive to our goals. You don't have that power. Don't I? There's a sound of sudden struggle, muffled in static, and then a scream as a man's shadow plummets through the light of the dome and fades out just before it smashes into the steel floor.
Dun 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 dun.
Up to the avian gallery. The cages here bend up towards the large dome of the ceiling and appear to be made for flying creatures. This is an aviary out of a twisted dream. Pale, dactylic creatures as large as a man scratch about their empty cages while a dozen violet hummingbirds lie dead in their adjacent cubicle. You notice that the railing along the walkway here flickers pale blue in one spot. A staircase curves down to the mid level, and the door to one large cage hangs open to the north. Oh, okay.
Huh, I guess touch the railing? Are we gonna get the same scene?
Oh. The problem with reading is that I don't really comprehend it.
Hmm. We've also been at this for a while.
It's true. It's really. It's so close.
Yeah, no, like I really want to fucking finish this. I'm actually kind of into this now.
As you touch the railing and experience a mild shock, there is a subtle shift in the room. The light softens from morning to evening glow. The birds in their cages flit gracefully from branch to branch. A nightingale sings. Across the room from you, David and Alexis stand, hand in hand, gazing through the dome. What if we had wings, David? Murmurs Alexis. Silver angel wings to fly into that cold night. Leave all this behind us. Why? He asks, looking down at her. What do you want to leave behind? The fear, she says, staring into the sky. Haven't you noticed it here? You've been listening to Brett again, haven't you? Chides David. His voice is gentle, but there's a harsh edge to it. Of course I'm afraid. There are nights I wake up in the dark and stare at the walls in terror. He sighs and gazes up into the appearing stars. But there are truths that must be dealt with, and we were chosen to be here because we can handle that responsibility. He kisses her slowly, and the room fades back to the glaring morning, the singing nightingale dead in her cage.
Don't you worry your pretty little head about that stuff, baby.
I only wake up in the middle of the night, staring blankly at the walls.
Yeah, let's go check out the cage.
You peer cautiously around the open cage, trying not to breathe the musky, rotting air. Matted hair covers the ground, and lying in one corner is a large, shadowy bulk. You make out a mass of wings covering the heap and realize that it's the dead body of whatever creature lived in this cage. Judging by the bones and dark stains on the floor, it was a carnivore. To the south is the door of the cage smashed open, next to which is a large bowl of water.
Hmm.
The water would slip through your fingers, and the bowl itself is too big to easily carry.
Is there anything that we need to wash? Like the syringe? Can we wash out the syringe?
We have
So I don't say.
the amber mark syringe.
Yeah. Oh, that is Randall asking for, like,
Okay.
have fun wandering around.
Yeah, how long do you think you'll be? I'll hold up.
The hospital's like literally like a 5-minute drive away, so I'll be back in probably 10 to 15.
I can take a 10 to 15 minute break.
Oh, there you go.
Let me figure out how to put this water in, and then I'll take a break.
Yeah, bang your head against the water puzzle. For now.
All right.
I'm just gonna leave the call going because I'm like,
Dig.
it is. Oh, the question is how it fucking snowed.
Yeah, drive safe.
Oh my god, dude. We had like the nicest, clearest weekend, and I was gonna like go pick up some dog poop from the yard and like, do all this and that, and then today, well, the moral of the story is was going up in the face of literally a foot of snow in about 90 minutes. Like, how do people live here?
I don't know, but you're doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason I'm still talking to you is I'm putting on my spacesuit, basically. Okay, got the boots. All right, off I go. Back in a little bit.
All right, take your time. The thrilling visuals.
Oh my god, these effects. So incredible.
All right, you peer cautiously. So, let's see if the bones have anything cool. Nope.
Yeah, did we look at the back?
Oh, yeah. You take a step towards the large creature and think you see one of its multifold wings move a fraction. Your heart freezes. Was it a trick of the light, or might the thing be alive? If it is, judging by the stained white talons on the tips of its wings and the oddly constructed jags of its beak, you don't want to be here. Indeed, if this thing broke open its own cage in desperation, its strength is to be reckoned with.
All right, so GTFO with a prejudice.
Even if you could lift the creature, you want to keep as far away from the thing as you can. Yeah, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So we rinsed off the flat. We saw the memory of Jacob, evil scientist, killing the old. I guess we just need to mix the.
Yeah, I think so. Okay. So, empty flask. So, put toxin in flask? Oh. Open toxin vial. Put toxin in flask. Put base in flask? Oh. Open base vial. Put base in flask. X vial. X. Okay. X clean flask. Shake clean flask? Oh, yeah. Close clean flask.
Yeah. So yeah, close the flask and then shake it.
The Tellerus toxin and the antitoxin base bubble violently as they are combined. The reaction lasts only a few seconds, creating the inactive Tellerus antitoxin.
Hooray!
So now down to the radiation room, right?
Mm-hmm.
So north, 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 west, west, west. Nope. Down.
Yeah. Down from here, I think.
Radiation area.
How exactly does it leave the room gray to shadow? I get you're being all poetical here. All right. I guess X hatch.
The steel-framed glass hatch is closed, but through the door you see a deep alcove. The alcove's bright metal walls are set with dozens of tiny lenses. There's nothing in the radiation chamber.
Is that how you irradiate something? Whatever. I guess. Okay, so it's closed. So what opened the doors? Because there was like a dial, a
It just
button, a lever.
opens.
Oh, well, shit.
Put clean flask in hatch. You hear a distant metallic voice say, "Warning, main power supply very low." Repeat, main power supply very low.
You know, robot. At this point, I'm gonna. Okay, so I guess we close the hatch.
Good
I guess
call.
if we irradiate it and something's wrong, we're wearing the spacesuit.
It's true.
What is the hissing noise? I wonder.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe it's like a vacuum.
Maybe.
Okay. Well, like press the irradiate button, I guess.
Double check that the dial. Okay, dial is set to 414. Press black button. You hear a calm electric voice say, "Please seal the radiation chamber." Press.
So this is the thing about text adventures that gets like we get to the end, all the way to the end of this fucking adventure. We all of your environmental all of the narrative secrets that you have hidden. It's all great. And now it's the final puzzle, and we have to fucking wrestle to figure out exactly what combination of fucking buttons on the play pretend panel you want me to do. Like, we should do more of these streams. This is cathartic. Um.
Damn. Okay.
Oh, fuck you. um. Hmm. Yeah, can you X the panel again?
Oh. I don't either. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay. Oversized black button. Small blue
Okay.
button, that's water.
Yep.
White switch.
That makes the hissing noise, which you don't know what it is.
A dial, and a card slot.
So we figured out the black button, the button, and dial. The flask is in the alcove?
Yeah.
Maybe try flipping the switch again? I don't know.
Maybe, hang on. There we go. As you remove the card from the slot, the plexiglass panels over the hatch slide slowly back into the walls.
But wait, do I want them out of the hatch?
Oh, shit. Well, maybe. Okay, cool.
Oh, fuck you. Yeah, try this. The switch is the only thing I can think.
Who knows what I did wrong in that order? You hear a loud humming noise, and a sharp light pierces the room from behind the hatch. In a moment, it fades, and the mechanical voice says, "Radiation complete."
All right.
The thermometer indicates a great deal of heat in the radiation chamber. Press blue button.
But
As you press the button, you hear a hiss and see the glass door mist up. Flip switch. Open
and then
hatch.
yeah.
Oh, wait.
Get the card.
Take green card. Open hatch. Take vial.
Oh no, the flask. All right. Chug flask.
Oh, God, how did we do this?
Antitoxin, I bet, is the word. Oh, fuck you. All right. You ready to shoot up?
You look warily at the fluid in the syringe. Is this indeed the solution? The cure with which will return you to your normal self and give you back your memories? Or is it possible that you've missed a step in the formulation, overlooked some necessary compound? There's only one way to find out. Not noticing the pain, you push the needle into your arm and depress the plunger. Immediately, an itching fire starts spreading along your arm. It flows through your bloodstream towards your head, burning nerves as it travels. You sense it coming, knowing it will reach your brain in a matter of minutes. You feel it slowly explode through your chest and then your neck. Minutes lengthen, and then your eyes begin to fade. The pain coursing through your body is numbing. You feel an itching darkness come, and the ground pulls you towards it. Darkness. Darkness. You hear a voice talking to someone miles away. The voice whispers, "Main power supply failing. Switching to auxiliary power supply. Switching to auxiliary power supply." The pain is not gone. Darkness. But it's a different darkness, colder, but without suffering. One by one, you feel yourself opening eyes within you. Memories tiptoe back, your revolutionary treatise on biological memory, your invitation to work here at this mysterious and wonderful place. You're meeting Alexis and falling in love with her gentle hands and honeyed hair over the course of like 3 days. The need for the human trial, the volunteering, the nightmare, your slow loss of memory, sanity, blocks of black time that you could not recall, periods of uncontrollable anger and power, being locked in your room, sneaking out, releasing the Jabberwocky in a wild, mindless fit, hiding, half mad, half starved, something else, darkness. But your eyes are open. The floor is hard and cold with reality. It takes all of your strength to return to your feet in the gloom. Power must have gone off again. You breathe slowly. You look over your body, familiar now. You are yourself again, sane and safe. But you're still abandoned somewhere in the dark Arctic. What now?
Curse fate.
All right, let's try to get back.
Yeah, to where though? Are we still wearing the spacesuit?
Yes.
That might be able to shield us from outside if we try to go outside again and go to the gray light.
Yeah. All right, so up. Room is high, overflowing with darkness. The hall continues to the east. You feel its vastness and shiver in the darkness. To the southwest, a small, flashing green light next to the bulkhead periodically pricks the darkness.
Uh,
Uh,
um, I think
Southwest.
west. Yeah, south, northwest. Maybe.
Um, no.
Oh, interesting.
You step through the door into the north end of the main hall where you first woke up. The power off, it seems darker now than before. However, your eye falls on the bulky lock on the north door. At the sight, a fragment of memory returns to you. You remember lying on the floor, looking up as the door swung closed and a pattern of colored lights flashed on with the device. A moment later, you are unconscious. With eerie clarity, you remember the sequence of lights and press the colored buttons in that pattern. The lock falls aside and the door swings open. The cold air gushing in from the north fills you with a sense of dread and urgency. Behind the north door is a ladder leading up, and some vague memory impels you to climb. Up.
Yeah, climb that ladder, baby.
You clamber up the ladder against the rush of gray wind. Midway up, you stop, clinging to the rungs with white knuckles. Your mind reels as if it were falling into itself. Part of you feels pushed onward toward the top, nagged on by the edge of memory. But that same urge makes your stomach turn in fear and revulsion. What is it? The memory itself escapes you. You've come this far, though. You plow upward into the light. You come out into a courtyard surrounded by high cinder block walls and filled with sun reflected off the white ground. You shudder with relief when you see in the center of the small enclosure a sleek black helicopter. A way out, Relief does not last long. You glimpse in the corner of your eye a shape on the ground. No, two shapes, prostrate on the earth. Sick blue-gray with frost, chest covered in something matted dark brown and black. You cannot make out the faces under the ice forming there, but you know who they are. The last memory oozes into focus. Anger, such uncontrolled anger, and power with it like you've never known. They poisoned you. They locked you in your room, left you to die. But you got out. You would get even. You waited, you hid, you listened. Brett left, but Jonas was still here. Jonas, who must die. You listened. They were about to escape. Alexis had gone to the courtyard, Jonas to turn off the power. You climbed up the ladder. How could you forget the look on her face when you came up into the yard? Her bottomless brown eyes crusted with emotion. Confusion, pity, love, terror. She half gasped, half cried, but no sound came out. Only now do you realize what you must have looked like to her. Your clothes torn and dirty, reeking with furious sweat. Your posture more simian than human, and your eyes dilated so crazily that their white was hardly visible anymore. But her
That's not how.
revulsion,
Sorry.
but her revulsion confused you then, wild as you were with anger and insanity. Why did she look at you like that? Where was the love, the warm embrace? Why were there tears? Then she screamed, clearly this time. Why? Why did she scream? You heard panting behind you. Jonas came into the yard. His whole body shook when he saw you. He nearly fell back down the ladder, but he did not. He was here now, and he must die. You leapt. There were more screams. You did not hear them. He ran, but he could not run. You pinned him and pummeled his chest until it caved in. His eyes bulged. Blood ran. She was still screaming and crying, louder and louder. Why? Why? Louder. Why? Her face was crazed, terrified. You walked over to her. She did not stop crying. Why? You hit her to make her stop. It got louder. You hit her again and again and again. She stopped. It was quiet. You took a few steps back. You did not see the opening. You fell down the well and out into the hall. You were hurt. Before you went into darkness, a draft blew the door closed. Lights flashed. Darkness. You find yourself on the ground, your hands against your ears, the tears cold as acid on your cheeks. This is what it came to. At your hand. Slowly you stand, trying hard not to look at the bodies. The keys are in the helicopter and you turn them mechanically. You realize that you are gasping for breath. A distant part of your mind explains you are probably going into shock. You turn on the guidance system and drift upwards from the yard. You feel the machine turn and head south, away from the fallen ruins of Babel. You have finished Babel. In a total of 661 turns.
Oh god, 5 more we could have gotten the funny number. Oh.
You have achieved a score of 23 points out of a possible 25.
Woo!
So now I wonder. Well, thank you for getting me through that. I definitely would not have gotten 23 of a possible 25.
Memories, like after you unlock the second level of memory looking.
Yeah.
That was fun as fuck, and a very good choice for the first, like, a brawly, puzzly parser. But the puzzles aren't too hard. That's nice. Like,
Yeah. No, that's definitely cool. Let's figure out a cool one to do next week.
oh, I believe me, I got some ideas. All right,
Yeah,
I'm out.
I don't have any good ones. So
I got entirely too many. I'll send you some samples. We'll figure it out.
cool. All right, go
This
enjoy the rest of your night. That was really fun. Thank you.
was really fucking fun. Until next time, or
And
when I talk to you on tomorrow.
and now we know how to make Discord work. That won't take 30 minutes.
All right, late.
All right, talk to you later.